That wind looks strong. Put it this way. Should be coming in with the air blow, that's for sure. Well, Kim just ran into the building. Literally ran into the building. Well, I think Julie pulled in.
The other thing is, rain really hard. You have to continue pretty far.
We saw you running.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Was it raining on you?
Yeah, no, it's just really windy.
It's just windy.
It's raining a little bit, but the wind makes it feel like a lot. Like he was literally trying to blow that. Yeah.
Well, it looks like it just is a heavy
It's gonna-
thunderstorm, and then it looks like it's gonna pass.
It's gonna super fast. Yeah. We'll get, fair drops of rain. Yeah. Yeah. Just on the edge. Yeah, you don't get the tornado at the tail end of it.
I know it. And it's gone quite a bit. Yeah. Very new.
Let's go back to bed. But,
You still have water in the fall?
yeah. I've been ready more. Good. I know, it's one of I know, because you didn't want it in high school. So.
I know. I'm telling you, it's long.
How are you doing?
That last. Yeah. Well, yeah, last night I had some people that have this. Jersey guys, and this is good, right? That's graduation, Saturday was, they're close to party. Sunday is kind of high school graduation.
Yes.
Plus, we tried to get finals done. And then and get it graded. You got kids who go, well, if the 17th is the last day, could I turn in work? No.
This, that's beautiful in sign language.
That is. But I was saying,
Yeah,
Okay.
Julie's
Should have seen me earlier today.
she should be coming down.
where are you? Wichita?
East Wichita, West Wichita, Northwest Wichita. So it's kind of everywhere. What I'm do is get sprinkled on and then have a super cold air conditioning in here.
Might be sitting in here.
Julie, you look like Superman with your red cape flying.
Man, it's wet.
We saw it.
It's too cold on this.
I got a blanket if you need one.
And it's-
Seriously, I mean, if you,
Yeah, it's.
okay,
I got it. Yeah.
it looked like. it
We're a
was
little
here.
past 4:30, everybody. We'll call our meeting to order, the May 9th regular board meeting of the Butler College Community College Board of Trustees, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
You could have used it.
Okay, need to approve the agenda. Everybody should have received a copy of the email that Dr. Kroll sent out towards the end of last week about the softball locker room proposal. We didn't have that in time to make it in the board book, so would first off entertain a motion to add that as board action item F.
I still move that we add softball, what'd you say? What'd you call it?
The locker room.
Softball locker rooms to board action items as number F.
Thanks, Mary Martha. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion at all? If not,
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes,
Okay, that passes 7-0. Do we have any other amendments or changes to the agenda?
I had two small comments I wanted to make. I don't know if it's possible to make them without amending the agenda to a discussion item. So. I guess I can
Without
do
knowing
that.
What your comments are.
Yeah.
I don't know how to
Okay.
answer that.
Well, I moved to add
It's
board
mine.
strategic discussion item F HLC visit.
Don't have any information.
Right, I just
yet
wanted to
from
make a
them.
comment and I don't know how to do that without doing what I'm doing right this second.
Well,
I just want to
okay.
say, the trustees, we had a 1 hour very cordial visit with them. It was very pleasant. Because I know people are watching, they want to know what's going on, so it's just an update.
Is that
So if nobody wants to
you wanted to
second it,
make?
you can just let it die, and I made my comment. That's all I'm trying to accomplish here. I'm not trying
Okay,
to.
well, for lack of a second, I think that motion withers. So do you have a second one?
Yeah, I moved to add item to board strategic discussion, I guess it's be F as well, regarding the executive session last month of excluding trustee Winslow. I'd be happy to discuss that next month. I think we should have something on here and have some sort of resolution for that.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we got some discussion. I got a follow-up from Ray last week. He wants to visit with the board,
Mhm.
attorney-client privilege, to talk about that aspect of it. He could not be, he's out of the country. He could not be here tonight. It will be on the agenda for next month.
Okay. I
If
just want
that
to-
eliminates the need for the
That's
discussion. item,
fine. I just want an
Yes.
update and that way everybody watching knows
Yep.
what's going on.
We'll address it next
Yeah.
month.
That's all I'm trying to accomplish.
Okay. Do you,
It was seconded, so we need to vote it down if we don't want to talk about it.
You could withdraw your motion.
I don't think you can after it's seconded.
Hmm.
I don't know though.
You can, the second has to be withdrawn and the motion has to be withdrawn.
Okay,
So
I withdraw my motion.
Well, since I wanted to talk about it in the first place and I was denied a place in executive session, I'm not gonna withdraw my second. Sorry.
okay, well then we have, let's,
We have
go
a
ahead.
motion.
We have a motion then to amend the agenda to add a discussion item that we're going to talk about next month.
Trustee Good,
No.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
No.
trustee Rhodes,
No,
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
No.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
okay, that motion fails 4-3. Any other proposed amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, would entertain a motion to approve it as amended with the additional action.
I so move we accept the motion to add the additions to the agenda as written down and stated.
And I'll second it.
Will that be F?
I think the only addition to the agenda was the additional action item of the softball locker room, which is.
You just want to approve the agenda as it's been.
Is the motion is to approve the agenda as amended? Is that right? Raymond?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and trustee Shearer seconded that, right?
Yes.
Okay, trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes. Okay, great. That passes 7-0. Move on to recognitions, Dr. Kroll.
Okay, I'm gonna sit here so I can sit by my microphone. Our first recognition is to Andy Hoffman, Vice President, and Shane Palmer, Operations Manager of GTG Peterbilt, and we have with us Shane. Andy. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Somebody's coming in.
Oh, here. Okay, well, we're okay. So GTG Peterbilt donated a Cummins X15 engine with less than 450 miles to our diesel technology program for their education and training purposes. And so we want to say thank you to you for supporting that program, for being committed to it and committed to our students. It takes partnerships and friends like you to help us build a robust program and train the workforce that you need. So we want to say thank you very much for your donation to us and the benefit that it's going to provide for our students. Thank you. Yeah.
If you do.
Yeah, I just would like to say, we as GTG Peterbilt, we just acquired the Kansas locations. And, we very much believe in the diesel programs at community college, such as Butler Community College. And we're happy to support that and, actively participate on the advisory boards because, we believe that you guys are developing the future workforce and we need to be working together to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't see Danny Mattern here, but we wanted to recognize Danny for his selection as a NASA Astronomy Activation Ambassador. He's been involved with this program for multiple years now and brings great experience back to the classroom for our students. And in this position will be able to not only be an ambassador for Butler, but ambassador for this entire program. So we want to say thank you to Danny for this commitment. Next on the list, we want to recognize Dr. Heather Rinkenbach for her recent completion of her doctoral degree. You want to tell them what the title of your dissertation is, and your degree is actually from Baker University in.
I tell people to get a mic all the time, so I should probably have one. Yeah, so I just studied the student perception of guided pathways, faculty mentoring and early alert systems on their academic degree success. And yeah, graduated with a doctorate in education and higher education leadership.
Very nice. Congratulations. We, again, this year, this is always a fun time of the year because we have a chance to recognize the students that are part of the Lantern staff and the Grizzly staff for their KCM awards. And so I see Amy Chastain here, who's the advisor for the Lantern. Matt Jacobs is, I think he's supposed to be doing ball games, but I don't know whether they're doing ball games right now or not. But Matt's the advisor for the Grizzly magazine. And so I want to, there's a bunch of these awards. And so congratulations to all of these students. This is really a lot of fun. And so I'm going to probably give these to you, Amy, when I'm done reading off of all of them and have you help me distribute. Okay. And so you have with you.
This is my editor-in-chief, Jen Valdez.
Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to assume at this point in time that you are. How about that? Oh, well, yes. Okay. Well, her name shows up on some of this as well. So the Butler Lantern newspaper staff that includes Jennifer, John Meyer, Keandre Thomas, Kira Dye, Allie Davis, and Evan Dalian.
They received at the Kansas Collegiate Media Awards, first place in social media reporting, second place in social media promo marketing, and honorable mention in newspaper inside page spread. The Grizzly Magazine staff that includes Allie Davis, Opie Au, Ella Boozer, Jocelyn Vargas, Michelle Patre, and Mariana Gonzalez Rangel. They are being recognized for their leadership in production of the award-winning Grizzly Magazine. And so to Jennifer individually, listen to this list, folks, from the Kansas Collegiate Media Awards. First place in editorial writing, second place in infographics, second place in review writing, second place in news photography, third place in sports feature writing, third place in editorial writing, honorable mention in sports feature writing. Amazing. John Meyer received a third place in profile writing and honorable mention in feature writing. Evan Dallion received a third place in feature photography. Allie Davis received honorable mention in profile writing and honorable mention in photo story. Kira Dye received third place in breaking general news writing, honorable mention in editorial writing. Braden O'Neill received first place in magazine sports photography, second place in photo story, along with Jensen Wiebe and Caden Warner, second place in sports photography, honorable mention in sports photography, and honorable mention in magazine sports photography. Nick Butler, some of these names you may remember from last year even, because some of these students were part of this awards discussion last year. Nick Butler received honorable mention in sports news writing. Adrian Holgan, honorable mention in sports news writing. Caden Warner, second place in photo story, along with Jensen Wiebe and Braden O'Neill. Third place in feature photography. Jensen Wiebe, second place photo story, again, along with Braden O'Neill and Caden Warner, and honorable mention in magazine inside page spread. And then Riley Wagner, third place in sports feature writing, honorable mention in headline writing. These students do an amazing job. The advisors are phenomenal in working with them. And, you know, they're competing against four-year institutions as well with the Kansas Collegiate Media Awards. And we just always, year in and year out, have tremendous submissions for honors. Amy and Matt do a great job in their advising role. And so we're really proud of you folks. And you can tell your fellow friends, Jennifer, and colleagues that you represent Butler so well year in and year out. So congratulations and thank you for all you do. And I think you have a current copy of the Grizzly magazine.
Yes,
And I think the newest lantern is out too, right? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thanks for being here. So what are you doing? What are you doing beyond here, Jennifer?
So I'll be going to Canterbury to WSU next year, and I'll be getting a bachelor's in communications print journalism with a minor in German and another one in biology.
Oh my gosh, good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A few more recognitions here. I see Abby Fawcett sitting in the back row there. We want to recognize Abby. She's our assistant women's basketball coach. She was named this year the NJCAA Division I Women's Basketball Assistant Coach of the Year by College Scouting and Reporting Agency World Exposure Report. So congratulations, Amy. You guys had a great season. Her leadership is impactful year in and year out.
She was my neighbor until she moved.
Oh, okay. You know, we talk about this, the coaches aren't only, helping develop athletic skills, but they're mentoring young men and women in leadership and life success and all of those kinds of things. So thanks for that commitment, Abby. We appreciate that.
I firmly believe my summer of coaching had water.
Oh, really? Did you coach Abby when she was a little girl? Did you really? Abby, the best. Chef Luis Pena is not with us right now. They had an event over at the Redler this afternoon with students, but he has been named as part of the Wichita Business Journal's 2023 class of 40 under 40. So congratulations to Chef. We had a number, I meant to do this last month, and forgot to do it. We had a number of folks, that were really directly involved, the last day of March in, helping secure campus and get people off campus and students off campus with the big, grass fire that was in, Butler County. So thank yous go to, and I think Dr. Neville was trapped on the freeway for 2 hours in his car. So between Dr. Neville and Jennifer and Bill and, the whole team, they shuttled students around and got them to the stadium and made sure employees went home, staff went home. So congratulations to these folks for their leadership in ensuring the safety of the campus during the grass fires. Dr. Neville, Jennifer Hartman, Glendale Henderson is here. Allison Trammell, Ireland Turner, Isaac Forster, Kevin Liker, Jamie Sharp. I was in Alaska. In touch by text message. Don Rommelfanger, Mike Schweigert, Jessica Mitchell. And the facilities folks were shuttling students back and forth in vans and getting them out of the dorms and over to the stadium. Laura Fisher, Bill Rinkenbaugh, Dr. Heather Rinkenbaugh, Evan Seward, who's our in our fire science program, and two of the fire science students, Giangelo Herbert and Antonio Hernandez. So congratulations to them and thank you. Your response was impactful. It was coordinated. You knew what you were doing. And so we appreciate that hard work and your efforts to make sure everything was safe and sound. So thank you very much. Right. And then last but not least, I want to recognize Jennifer Hartman for her amazing support and dedication and organization for the HLC visit and for the KCCLI events that we've had on campus. It's been a really, really busy couple of months on campus. And I heard over and over and over from the site team that was here, how helpful she was and how organized she was. She did all the logistics, room scheduling, hotels, food, I mean, all of it. So thank you. It would have been, it would not have been as part of this would happen. I appreciate every day the work that you do, but as a college, we appreciate your hard work. So thanks. All right, I think that's it. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
we will move on to public comment. Yeah, thanks everybody for
Thank you.
being here.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do we have any public comment? No. Okay. We'll then move on to our standing reports. Okay,
Oh,
no.
so no.
Lillian, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Bill.
Make sure.
Now it is. So this past month has been a pretty good end for our school year this year. We started on April 14th with our casino night. Students had a great time at that. We had, I don't remember how many students, but we had a lot coming through all night. People that would come, play games, go, and then come back. We catered Gambinos and students really enjoyed that. And they just came and had a fun time. May 1st, we did Grizzly Give Back, and we had a pretty good turnout for that, for the students that showed up to help. We had pretty much all of the volleyball team, our student government team, and quite a few of the RAs came to help as well. And we got all of campus cleaned up. And then we also sent half of our group over to the stadium, and they cleaned up the football field, the stands, anywhere that they could find that need cleaned up over there, because with this Kansas wind, it gets pretty dirty over there. And we had planned to have a student versus employee kickball on May 2nd, but we unfortunately had to cancel that due to lack of participation. That following Thursday, May 4th, we had our almost summer block party where we had a bouncy obstacle course, a bowl for the students to ride. We had a giveaway where we had tons of prizes and gift cards, snacks, drinks, all those things. And students came and had a great time before finals week. Last night at late night breakfast, we sponsored goodie bags for all the students. They were little stress relief goodie bags. We had like Orbeez stress balls and Poppets and little coloring books. Students really enjoyed that. Oh, and we also added in their coffee vouchers for the library latte. So everybody that came and got one of the goodie bags is able to go anytime this week up to the library latte and get one free drink of their choice. And then finally, we sponsored prizes for this afternoon's bingo that Residence Life was putting on in the cafeteria. Are there any questions?
Lillian, you just do a super job with the kids. Thank you for your organization and execution of all the activities.
Thank you.
Now, is this your last one or are you?
I will still be on campus, but I am hopefully doing the nursing program. So.
Cool.
Thank you.
Lisa, operational staff.
All right, good afternoon. Things have finally started to slow down for our group. Our next event will be our annual Recharge Day. And Recharge is a special day set aside for ops staff members to relax, reflect, recharge, and return to work with a positive attitude. In the past, we have spent the day with our coworkers at the Museum of World Treasures, Rock Creek Lodge, and the Sedgwick County Zoo. This year, we are headed to Walter's Pumpkin Patch on June 16th. Our next operational staff meeting is Thursday, May 18th here on the El Dorado campus. I would also like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the Board of Trustees, administration, faculty and staff, and my fellow operational staff members. My time as operational staff president is quickly coming to an end. And this seems like the perfect opportunity to say thank you. It has been an honor representing such a talented group of individuals, and I'm forever grateful for the collaboration, camaraderie, and shared experiences that have made this journey the more meaningful. So thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Senator.
I'm happy to report that I don't have anything to report as we are immersed in giving finals, grading finals, completing final grades. However, I would be remiss in not thanking the board for their service and stewardship over this past school year. And we'll see you at commencement.
Thank you. Board Finance, Mary Martha or Linda? Mary Martha, you get.
I'm sorry, I was
No.
trying to find everything. Let's see. On variance over and under 2022, 2023, that amount is for her. Am I correct on that, Mr.? Okay, that's where the 2.3 million and the 646,000. The HERF dollars were moved. And that would be the variance on 2022 and 2023.
Under the mandatory, under the transfers where we were talking about the $3 million, those were her.
That was some designated accounts.
Okay, good. Okay, and on physical plant operations, we're up a little bit. And that is due to deferred maintenance that's going on. And really, that's about it. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, I was wondering where you were talking about where they moved those HERF funds from to, like which account from and which account to.
It was reported in some of the updates that we did. I could go back and find the exact spot where we did that and update you on that.
You didn't.
I don't have it off the top of my head
Sorry,
right
I
now.
thought you guys went to a finance meeting before the meeting.
We did
We didn't
go.
talk about the specific accounts.
We didn't talk where the funds
Just talked
came
in
from.
general.
Thank you, Mary Martha.
You're welcome.
Foundation, board report. I don't have anything before. We still have. Dr. Kroll.
President's report, I'm gonna pass around just a sheet that shows the meeting dates for next year for the 2023, 2024, the regular board meetings and the work sessions. It's in bylaw that it's the second Tuesday of each month, and then the fourth Monday is work sessions. And so you don't have to, we just want to give those to you. So you've got them. You don't have to do any kind of formal approval, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we're putting them on the calendar, and you'll see them in one of the next board books as we start to update the calendar in the board book. Commencement activities this week have a few details still that we want to talk about. There's again a handout coming around that's got the times and dates. Oh, I don't know if we have enough copies here, Jennifer. I only have 5, so I'll pass those that way. This is all information that's been emailed to you as well, but if you'll kind of share with each other for a second, then we'll.
Oh, I got it on my calendar.
Okay.
also.
Maybe there's down below somewhere. That's okay. We'll be fine.
I'm cool. I got it all.
So nurses pinning, and I think we've had RSVPs from everybody, correct? For nurses pinning and honors. Okay. Okay. Can you confirm for me if you're coming to nurses pinning Thursday night in the Performing Arts Center?
And for those that live out of town, the Performing Arts Center
Is on
is
Central.
on Central, kind of right down, right
Just-
past the hospital.
Yeah, just east of the hospital. Yeah.
The old middle school.
Yeah.
Old Butler.
Yeah.
Old Butler.
Yeah. So is everybody coming to nurses pinning? We'll have, yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, Forrest will not be at nurses pinning. I will not be. And Kim won't be.
I will be there.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Julie, what'd you say?
I always come to. Or at
Okay,
least I don't think I've missed any yet, but.
okay, we'll put you down. Honor ceremony on Friday afternoon at 1:30 in the Clifford Stone Room. RSVPs.
I think I got to talk.
I think you do too.
Yeah.
So you better be there.
I won't be there.
You're there. Well, if something happened, we'd
Yeah.
cover for you really
I'll-
fast.
I'll be in school.
You'll be in school. Julie,
Yes.
you be there? Honors?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay.
I will be there.
Okay,
I will not.
okay, Linda? Not, okay, and Forrest not, okay?
What? 80%. I should be able to.
And then commencement, the commencement details, I think we've heard from everybody. Julie's
Pending.
pending. One of the things that we do need to know, because Ireland and Teresa Eastman will golf cart people to the field level if you don't feel like you can walk down the 2 flights of stairs from the stadium onto the field level and come down the turf.
Did
They-
you say that an elevator? Michelle?
There is an elevator up to the second floor, but there are steps that
There's steps from the
There's
seating.
from
level
the
down
seating
to
level down
floor
to the
level.
field level. So Teresa needs to know who might need a ride on the golf cart from your parking spot in the parking lot. They'll pick you up there. They'll take you to the stadium. You'll have to walk up the ramp and come up to the sky boxes to meet with everybody. And then when you come back down, walk back down the ramp and they'll pick you up in the golf cart and take you to field level. So you don't have to walk down the additional flights of stairs and down the track to get to where we're sitting. So she needs to know who would need to be picked up about 6:25 at your parking spot. And then who would be back downstairs to be picked up in the golf cart and taken to the field level 6:40, 6:45.
No.
No, Linda, yes. Okay. No? Julie,
If I get there, I'll probably be okay,
to be able to walk.
but I'm still waiting on some relatives. That might be coming.
Okay, so
can't
I
give
just.
you a definitive yes.
I just want to make sure that I've got resources in place. If you need that ride, I don't want to have to scramble with them.
I can hitch a ride with Linda. Surely she would share a golf cart.
Well, she will, but they want to know who they need to pick up in the parking lot and get to the stadium and then who to pick up to take to the field level. they need that list of names. So how about if I put, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on the list and then you can, and then if you can't be there, then, but at least they've got your name, okay? Dave?
No.
No? Okay. Okay, so I got Linda and Julie that we'll let them know about. The May work session, I know that, I'm just thinking kind of about schedule ahead here. I know you folks are, thinking about doing some revisions to the board evaluation. And it probably makes the most sense that you have that information for the May work session. If you can update so it can be discussed further. If you want to go through an approval process at the June meeting to accept it, and then you could do your evaluation in July. I think we did it in July. I think you did it in July last year
I can have copies ready
for the work session.
for the work session.
Okay. I will have at the May work session, the format for my evaluation. You approved my goals in September last year. And so I'll bring a format to you for that you can look at. And then my evaluation will need to be done in June, if I remember the timeline correctly. And then we want to play just a short video for you. It's about 2.5 minutes long, but it's of the Early College Academy celebration that was on Saturday morning. It was a lot of fun. So we wanted to share that with you. That's long, but it's of the Early College Academy celebration that was on Saturday morning. It was a lot of fun. So we wanted to share that with you. We had 84 area high school.
Welcome to the 2023 Early College Academy graduation celebration.
The Early College Academy began as a partnership between Butler and Rose Hill High School in 2010 with an initial group of 7 students. 13 years later, we celebrate as 84 of you graduate from the program.
Life is but a dream. Isn't it amazing?
These accomplishments are going to launch you on an educational career and place you in a position that not very many other Kansas high school graduates can say that they've done. You have reached a huge milestone and set yourselves up for success. Thank you for sharing part of your lives with us because you have helped build the next new chapter for Butler. We've learned from you just as much as you've learned from us. You've touched our hearts and you've taught us lots of things and you've shared a lot with us these past couple of years. So congratulations, best wishes. You're going to have a future full of success. Good job.
I'm really glad I was given this opportunity. And I decided to take on the challenge because I've grown so much over the past 2 years, and I'm excited to continue my education.
Thank you to everyone who helped each of us through our journey in the academies, including our families, teachers, and specifically Ms. Gartman and Ms. Hofer. Well, you guys, we did it. We embarked on a journey to prepare us for a future. I hope that each and every one of you can look back and be proud of what you accomplished. It was no easy task, but you embraced the challenge and buckled down. So keep your chin high and march on.
Please join me in congratulating the Early College Academy class of 2023.
Shelby and I were actually. I tell you, the speaker was absolutely phenomenal.
The student speaker for
No, the professor.
Oh,
Phenomenal. Really talked to the kids.
thank you. Tyler Nordman filmed that for us and produced it, put it together, and so.
And I had
We've
two-
we've
three-
graduated, I think now, I think in the HLC report, we had 553 at that point in time, so 84 more on top of that, so. Yeah, lots of area high school students that have had great success in the early college academy. So. That's what I have for my president's report.
Okay. Educational facilities.
We're not gonna meet until I think the end of the summer. I think it's like August.
Okay. KACCT quarterly report.
I've got that. This is a meeting recap that Heather Morgan sent. We met in person in Junction City at the Geary County Convention Center. All colleges were in attendance. We held the annual PTK honors banquet. Students were honored. 3 students spoke eloquently about their positive community college experiences. And the president of the national PTK organization, actually it's international PTK organization, challenged students to get involved and tell everyone in their communities the benefits of the community college education. Arlen Leiker, who's the president of KACCT this year, sent an email with a link for the annual evaluation of the KACCT executive director, Heather Morgan, and Linda and I worked on that last week and submitted that by the deadline. Heather Morgan provided the group a legislative update and a budget update. The things that she had listed here, the Promise Act trailer bill is awaiting the governor's signature. The CTE incentive bill was awaiting the governor's signature at that point in time and would require K-12 to pay for students' credential test if that student makes that request. The bill related to allowing trustees to directly appoint members to the TEA on behalf of the community colleges rather than KBOR making the appointments did not make it out of committee and was opposed by KBOR and KBOR institutions. A bill related to ensuring community colleges are paid for out-of-state students, just like the technical colleges are, failed to get out of committee. Technical colleges get paid 2/3 for each out-of-state student and community colleges are paid 0 for these students. Heather then discussed some of the budget pieces that were currently in discussion at that point in time. Recentering would be completed by FY24. Any college who'd been receiving more than the formula suggested that they should would be cut by 50%. Next year, all colleges will receive what the formula says they should. At that point in time, $3.8 million cut to capital outlay was suggested by the governor in her budget, but that was restored. Each college will receive about a 4.5% increase in the amount of funds that they receive for tiered and non-tiered and SB 155 funding for basically inflationary changes. The colleges who have not gotten a capital outlay traditionally will split $5 million based on their tiered FTE. And then colleges, the community colleges and technical, the community colleges for sure. I guess I can't remember if the technical colleges are involved in this or not, but I think this is community colleges will split $14.2 million based on their total FTE to be spent on developing registered apprenticeships, business and industry partnerships, developing programs to meet emerging needs and training to meet the needs. Much of this funding, we'll talk about it at the work session, but a lot of this funding that's going to come to us is going to be one-time funds for just this budget year. Heather discussed some headwinds that are facing higher education and community colleges in Kansas, some conversation about, continuing conversation about consolidations and mergers and some things like that. April was Community College Month, and so we were to promote our college. The trustees voted unanimously to approve an expenditure out of the KACCT budget of $45,000 to fund a statewide economic impact survey of the 19 community colleges collectively, so that we have that information for the system to advocate legislatively for support. And then each of the colleges will also purchase at a discounted price our own individual college impact study related to economic impact. The next KACCT meetings, June 2nd and 3rd in Dodge City. And that's the report.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We don't have a monitoring report this month, so we'll move into strategic discussion items, starting off with our insurance renewal.
Thank you. We do have Chris Conrad here of Culinary Insurance Cruise, if you wouldn't mind coming up to podium, I'll kind of give some of the foundational information here. We will, last year, we did make a 2-year commitment to the Kansas Educational Risk Management Pool for our property and liability coverage. As I noted in the memo, this year we're anticipating a 26 to 35% increase, which would amount to about $150,000 to $200,000. Hopefully, it's not the high range. I did in the budget that was presented to you in April. We did put in money in the budget to cover most, if not all, of this. We actually had some unspent budget because we left the amount in that we had budgeted back when we had MEC and before that EMC. So we think there are a couple of reasons that for this increase, the pool-wide rates are expected to increase between 20 to 25% due to the regional market conditions. And the second is that we did a property evaluation of our buildings, an assessment, and we found that they were only valued at approximately 70% of their replacement costs, which is really important to us. We think there's probably a couple of reasons for that. One would be the high inflation for construction costs the last couple of years. The second is that when we were with MEC and EMC through ICI, we were using sort of industry standards each year to raise those values just by a % rate. And over time, that proved to be insufficient. Again, that's sort of the background. I'll turn it over to Chris, and he can elaborate and try to answer any questions that you have at this time.
I'm happy to be here and answer any questions that you have. If there is a common denominating theme here as to why the Butler Community College renewal will be impacted to some degree of significance this year, it is because of inflation. I know everybody's sick and tired of hearing of inflation and how it's affecting things and impacting things. The current total property insurance limit for the college now is $124.5 million. So let's call it $125 million. The appraisal process that was conducted by a unconflicted third party to determine replacement cost adequacy came back with $179,245,000 as the appropriate amount of insurance to insure the college. That is approximately $55 million more of coverage needed. And that in and of itself would be a relatively good sized member of Kermit. There are many participating schools and colleges that themselves do not have $55 million of buildings. And we're dealing with the need to actually increase our limit $55 million. So that is what's driving this primarily. That is what is will be seen in the impact at renewal. Just to provide a little more elaboration, because I noticed that I have been given a 10-minute time slot here and I don't want to neglect questions, but that does arrive the building values for the most part. And this data can be shared by Kent if needed, but between $250 and $300 a square foot. And as and our firm works with somewhere between 40 and 50 public education institutions, of which a half a dozen or more are colleges. So at any given time, we do have a client building something somewhere. So we do have some good sort of real-time data to call upon. And candidly, we are not finding $250 to $300 a square foot to be inaccurate or inadequate. It's where it's at. And so it's just difficult to argue with this outcome, although no one is going to like it.
So the time things on the agenda are just placeholders.
Okay.
We can only talk about
Okay.
Please, so.
I'll just settle in here.
For that, so if you've got additional information,
So
thoughts, please, or questions.
I know you have a question,
Yes,
but I just want to elaborate. And I did put this in the memo that we actually had Gravity Works Architecture check those values and they found them to be quite appropriate.
And my question is just, do we have replacement cost coverage in place?
Absolutely. You do today and you will at renewal. With the way inflation has been going, it's almost, and there's nothing we can do about this because this is just how our industry works, but insurance renews once a year. So we pick these numbers on a date, which for most schools is July 1, and this year it'll be July 1 of 2023. And it's highly possible that halfway through this next renewal term, we could be behind again if inflation maintains the trajectory that it's been on for the last 2 years. So these are abnormal times.
Well, that's
When the pool was bidding our business last year, was it bidding it at replacement cost last year?
Absolutely.
And so the 55 million increase was something that no one foresaw a year ago.
Well, we take everybody's values at face value, no pun intended. If that's what the school or member applicant presents, we use that. And it is not until year 2 or going into year 3 that you'll be subject to appraisals, because there is a rotation of the members. And when your number comes up, you have to go through the appraisal process. And that's because it's a shared risk program. There's 100 public education institutions participating in this now. And we in this room don't want any of our peers that are cooperatively participating in this program sandbagging, and none of your peers, want that either.
So tell me when you're ready for questions.
Yeah, fire away.
Fielding them now. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at a 30% increase over.
The all-member meeting. The all-member meeting will be held on May 25th, and that's when all Kermit members will gather together at one place and one time to have the work of the group negotiated renewal presented to them. And then institution-specific renewals will come out shortly after Memorial Day. And then you'll have that here to digest at that time. We have sort of just done our best based on the delta between our current replacement costs and what the professionals have come back saying they need to be, to say, we think this is the range that it'll be in. And I think Kent's wisdom to want to forecast this a little bit to the board is quite appropriate, because I know these are significant changes. And
So we signed up for $124.5 million cap. So we signed up for it. Now we're gonna have to get 175.
yeah, effectively, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so then my next question is Gravity Works. Are you familiar with them?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Did you order that
No, I didn't.
review? Okay. Was that what you guys paid for? Is that what we?
No, the appraisal that was done by KACCT did not cost us anything. They contracted with a third-party appraiser, independent appraiser, to come in and appraise us. I thought it was just due diligence for us to verify those numbers. So working with Ireland, he contacted Vince from Gravity Works, and he came and looked at those numbers and concluded that they were appropriate.
Okay, so that's, and he charged us for that, right?
Yeah.
And there's a report that you were given because of that, right? He gave us some kind of a report.
Yes.
Is it numbers? Is it numbers report that he gave you?
Well, I'd be happy to share the report with you.
I would really love it if I could get to at least review that, since she is a qualified commercial appraiser. I think it would be good, just so if she sees anything, if she.
Julie, I'm gonna interrupt you real quick.
Yeah, if you don't object, if you do, then.
As an appraiser legally, if I do something like that, then I'm held to the numbers, and in the same way that Forrest wouldn't give legal advice to the college. I don't think it's my responsibility to give appraisal values to the college.
Can you even say if anything is missing or not missing, or if it looks complete or not?
What they're evaluating is basically the cost of a replacement cost value. They're not
So they're
necessarily
evaluating
valuing the structure, yeah.
Okay.
And the $250 to $300 a foot for new commercial construction is reasonable.
Is that in the line?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, that's.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Because I don't,
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
we just got fortunate.
Kind of makes me afraid to get my own homeowners.
Yeah, everything's ridiculous.
Oh, they'll send you a letter.
At the risk of belaboring or interjecting on non-college related business, there have been a couple articles in the Eagle post the April 29, 2022 tornado talking about the pain that a lot of regular folks found themselves in with inadequate insurance limits. So no tongue in cheek. If you're thinking about it, I'd encourage you to do that.
One other thing I'd like to say, I was in a meeting with one of the API committees that I was on in Augusta, and some folks in there are pretty well versed in what's going on in secondary education. They were or in statewide stuff. They said that KBOR is requiring many structures to be demised across the state at various different colleges. So I think what we should be doing is really paying attention to, are we over improved? Do we have structures that have a lot of deferred maintenance that we aren't using to full capacity, that maybe we don't necessarily need or don't need to fully insure if something were to happen to them? Like maybe it just wouldn't matter that much. I don't know if that's possible, but it just seems like with these kind of jumps, now would be the time to determine if we have a $5 million building that we wouldn't really care if a tornado took it out. You know, whatever we got from insurance would be like, woohoo, as opposed to build it back. I mean, you know, we all have that kind of stuff. So just.
I think that's a good, I think that's.
Yeah, the
valid.
dorm. Yeah, like if the dorm is beyond its useful life and we don't, you know, but if it's something we're gonna need to rebuild, that's not, maybe not a good example, but if it's a structure that we're not fully utilizing, that wouldn't have to be rebuilt, and we could consolidate it into something else, that could be a savings.
Along that same line, it might be helpful if we know the buildings in that overall picture, what the use is.
Right, that's
And
what I'm
how
saying.
much percent of use they're getting, and. You know, it's almost like we have to go out and do our own time study, but it would be nice if, for your suggestion, if we knew that we can combine some of these buildings and make them redundant, or maybe even put them up for sale, or.
Well, most of them are
Leave the
probably
def-
within this complex, and I doubt it's anything we could sell, and it's not even anything we'd ever have to hold ourselves to. It's just a notion, like you said, that if the worst happened, can this be consolidated? I think that would be the question. And I think that would be something we would reasonably know.
We have suffered quite a bit of enrollment decrease.
Yeah.
Since about 1%. So.
We have any other questions on the insurance renewal before?
Let's move on.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Next item for discussion are the tandem cyber operations.
That's me. So some of you may have been here, I guess, and yeah, some of you were here in 2020. We outsourced our information security department. Just a little bit of history. So like back in 2006, Tom Irwin was the CIO, and he decided to build a cybersecurity department here on campus to take care of data security for the college. We were then and continue to be today, especially at the community college level, but even beyond, kind of a leader in that area. And when I started here in 2011, I started as the Chief Information Security Officer, and then eventually moved into this role. So 2020, we had a Chief Information Security Officer and Information Security Analyst, and put some numbers to it and kind of figured out where we were at. Our Chief Information Security Officer was leaving, and before we just immediately refilled the spot, we looked at outsourcing. We went to bid, got a handful of different bids back, and ended up outsourcing to Tandem Cyber Operations. So the change then, so in 2020, we were paying about $183,000 in payroll for those two positions. We were able to change to Tandem Cyber Operations So the essentially virtual CISO and virtual security analyst in 2020 signed a contract for $175,000 per year. So some advantages to Tandem Cyber is in this model where before we had a chief information security officer and an information security analyst, now we have a full access to a chief information security officer, chief information security advisor, multiple information security analysts and engineers, governance and compliance advisors, an on-call incident response team. And so most recently, Tandem. So in addition to handling our day-to-day information security, Tandem Cyber guided the institution through a GLBA assessment, which is a federally mandated compliance assessment that we have to go through. So this assessment has to be completed by a GLBA qualified individual. And that's a role that Tandem fills. They do that for PCI compliance that we have to do. They do that for SOX compliance, they do that for FTC. So this is what fills that. So anyway, that contract's up for renewal. Tandem came back and said, you know what, we're not gonna, we recognize that costs have gone up. We're not gonna increase our cost to you guys. And so they've offered us a 3-year extension at $175,000 per year to move forward. I just wanted to bring this to you guys this month. See if you had questions, if I can get additional information, and then we'll be bringing it back hopefully in June for an action item because we'll need to renew the contract in July. Information security is super important. And this they handle all of our firewall and disaster. I mean, all these pieces that are normally handled in information security offices. So, questions?
Do you happen to have a copy of the last time, the last report they submitted, or the last GLBA assessment they submitted?
I will be presenting you guys with this most recent GLBA assessment.
And talk about June.
Either June or June.
Then could I have the last year's if that's readily available?
We didn't have a lot. So you weren't required up until this year, until June 9th of this year is the deadline to do an annual GLBA assessment. GLBA changed their processes for institutions of higher education. We're required to meet those standards as of this year, June 9th of this year. So, but that's one of the assessment, one of the compliance pieces that they help handle for us. And those services are all included in this contract. It's,
When's
it's
that
not,
due?
I'm sorry.
When is it due?
We had to have the GLBA assessment done prior to June 9th.
Okay.
Of this year. And so it's been completed now. I got the report back and I'll be bringing it to present all of you.
Oh, you have it already.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you're gonna bring it next.
I'll be able to present it to give some context to them. We passed.
No, that's great.
So
Would it be possible to have a copy at that time then?
absolutely.
Okay. It would be nice if I could look at it before then. What my background is.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
I'll
I'll
get nice to look at
get
it.
information put together.
If it's on the board agenda, we can probably.
Book or not. I mean, is
Yeah, I'll
there
put the
information
finding.
on that
I mean, I'll put the general findings in the board book. I mean, there's information that if we need to discuss further, we probably need to go outside of an open meeting because there's.
But, okay, so I will or will not get it.
Yeah. Yes.
Prior to the meeting or at the meeting?
Let us
It'll
figure out
be in
when
the
it's gonna
board-
be on the agenda, Julie, for sure. Can we
You'll
please?
you'll get the information in the board book. There's information in there that there's some pieces of it that's data specific information that we can review in an executive session if that's necessary, but there's things that we can't disclose because it has the security information.
I understand the security part.
So, but yeah, you guys will have copies of the assessment when we get to the agenda.
Okay, great, thanks. Appreciate it.
Any other questions on Tandem?
We'll likely put it on the consent agenda. Unless there are questions that come up between now and next month.
We'll move on then to renewal of the Aviso retention software.
It's also me, I suppose. So in 2019, the board approved the implementation of Aviso retention software. This is something that is used by academic and student services. We don't in IT use it, but it's software that we support. So what Aviso is it's kind of an overarching piece of software that tracks everything from a student through the student's pathway. And it's an early alert system. So whenever we see faculty or student services, see students maybe start to fall behind or start to have some challenges, it uses some generative AI to help kind of alert us when we need to be alerted, and then take the appropriate steps to get with that student and work with them. It's been it says, in it's in the report here, but it's been integral in identifying student needs. It initiates those alerts. It initiates intervention plans, and then helps faculty and staff, move through that process. So this is a renewal. We did include a 5-year and a 3-year renewal option in here. This is something that I would recommend to move to the 5-year renewal because of the cost savings. But I think Dr. Neville can answer some questions as well. I mean, on Aviso specifically. No, we talked
We
about.
talked about e-visions at the work session, and it's in here too. It's on the, it's an action, or I think it's on the
So
consent
I'm
agenda.
happy to answer the questions that I can, but the daily usage of it is definitely not going to speak.
I'm just wondering how much I'm always looking at rate of returns. It's just how it works. So I just wondered how many of our staff are actually using it, what percentage maybe that are actually using. I think it's a good tool, but I don't know how much we're using. I hope we're using some of the 80% of these things, or we're saving so many students a year. So a little statistics here and there.
I don't have that.
I support software. I know that software is used because we get into,
Well, yeah.
bits, but I can't answer. That information.
It's fine, the kids, a teacher or instructor needs to know
Sure.
if they're not attending class, they need an alert. I mean, it's like an alert, it's like a troubleshoot, really.
It's absolutely,
So,
it's an
I get
alert
that.
system as well. So.
Any other
Okay.
questions for Bill on Aviso?
That was in the, I think it is too. That's in the, we'll have to go back and look in the board book. I think it's in the monitoring report.
I can answer part of it.
Yes, please.
Julie, one of your questions was, I'm not familiar with the rate of usage. I think that's Dr. Neville is going to come up with that, but another part of your question was the retention and graduation, those kind of things. And since we have started using it, as I shared with you in the last couple of times I've been here, our retention rate has gone up about 1%. Our graduation rate has gone up 1%. So, that's the context to it, that there is, when Aviso has been here, we have seen some returns on the side of outcomes as well. As to how many people and how often they're using it, that's something Dr. Neville can come up with.
Yeah, and I don't really need nitty-gritty details as much as I need to understand that it is a beneficial
Certainly.
project. I mean, I understand that you like it, you want to continue to use it, and I understand why. It is kind of a little intuitive program as to what student might be failing, what student might be dropping out, and so that the teacher can have immediate remedy available. But I still need to know if only 5 of our teachers have ever used it.
Absolutely. I think that's a
5
good
of our
question.
staff, or
No, there's
kids.
more than,
Well,
we'll pull it out of the report for you.
that was just. Was saying that was the real statistics, but.
I thought I remember hearing 80% but that.
Oh, I hope so.
That's what I was thinking.
I hope so.
We'll pull it out of the
Yes.
report. It's obvious that it's helping with retention. We used it very directly. This is we got the innovation award for use of Aviso during COVID.
Yeah.
Because we used it to follow and track COVID cases, students that were sick. We used it, faculty and staff and college health used it. And that's one of the things that we got an innovation award for, was the use of Aviso.
And plus, if we're really getting a lot out of it, then I would like to consider that 5-year contract. If this is a way forward, we can.
Well, if you look at the 5-year renewal rate, the difference in the renewal rate outside of that first year is about $500 a year to increase the escalator is. If you look at the escalator between the years in the 3-year renewal option, it's much higher than that. So it makes complete sense to go with the 5-year agreement because there's a cost savings.
If you look at some of the data that's in the board book, it said that in the last 2 years, there were 20,000 messages and 927 staff initiated alerts. So if you just take those each divided by 2 and then apply the $47,000 a year, you're paying about $5 per message and $100 per staff initiated alert. Is that a reasonable analysis of it?
That sounds about right. And we can get the other numbers out of the HSPS report too.
Yeah, so the question is, of those alerts, how many students did we keep on track and how many, graduates did we gain from that? That's what we don't really know.
I don't know that you can necessarily tie that directly to a visa. We do know that the retention rate has gone up. We know that the completion rate has gone up. So it's beneficial. It's an important platform for us. And it's not something that we should walk away from because it provides too much benefit to our faculty and staff and students in keeping track of them. So that would not be our recommendation at all to not continue with the visa because it's proven its worth.
Yeah, and I'll in reading the monitoring report, it said during the start of this spring semester that we're ending right now, that data that we gathered in the first 6 weeks of classes, VSO system had issued over 6,793 automated alerts for current grade, which is grade that falls below 70%. Participation, which is 2 successive absences, and an LMS login, which is no activity online for even successive days. So that means faculty responded rates compared to the same period from fall 2022 through March 6, 2023. We increased from 6,767 alerts through that time to 6,793, or about 44% based upon the 7,178 alerts. Faculty response rates to those automated alerts continue to increase as more faculty, both and part-time faculty, continue to utilize this system. The academic retention team continues to work with faculty, student services, and VSO's features to process to further bolster student retention, as we heard some of those results. Staff initiated alerts, which is a varied set of non-academic issues from fall 22 through the first 6 weeks of spring 2023, were 233, with a closure rate of those alerts at 95%.
We also use it to notify individuals when our students are gone for activities, whether it's Phi Theta Kappa events, athletic events. We can enter that information into a VSO, and it sends that information to all faculty. So if a student's missing, it'll let them know they're missing because they're at this event.
And as we all had an opportunity in the last few weeks to read through and interact with HLC, a VSO and our use of a VSO was an integral part of our overall argument with that we wrote for HLC, and certainly, not that anyone's implying that we move away from it, but should we move away from that, I think it definitely weakens our position with HLC.
Thanks, everybody. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next item for discussion, which is sort of a explanation overview of the role the foundation plays college. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Put the microphone right in front of him there, will you please? Might want to get it closer.
Okay. You can't see my screen. It's magic. So what I hope to do today is to kind of give you an overview of the role of foundations with colleges and universities and community colleges, an idea what Butler Community College Foundation does for Butler Community College, and then just some specific information about the funding of the foundation and some impact that we have with the people that we serve. So one of the things I want to first talk about is kind of what is the overall function of the foundation. And the foundation is really what everyone knows is to raise dollars. Our focus is to raise private support to support the mission of the institution. We are affiliated with a the foundation can be affiliated with a university, a college, a community college. It doesn't stand alone by itself typically. It has some sort of relationship. But there is a difference because although we're affiliated, we're separate. So the college is a separate entity and the foundation is a separate entity. That separation is really under a 501c3. We are a charitable organization that receives charitable dollars and reports to the IRS on those contributions on behalf of the foundation and the donors who give the gifts to us. So the broad overview of the foundation is really to generate philanthropic support for students, faculty, research, academic, and vocational programs, to advise and guide donors, connecting their passion with institutional priorities, engaging alumni and volunteers in the life of the college or university, building and creating partnerships with businesses to drive workforce development, partnering with the institution to address major challenges, protecting sensitive donor financial information and donor anonymity, raising and managing private support to benefit the institution and the community it serves, and advocating for the role and importance of philanthropy at the institution and beyond, and finally supports programs and innovation and the discovery of new ideas. So we are a partner with what the institution is trying to accomplish. And while you have your support from the mill levy, you have support from state funding, you certainly have your tuition, philanthropy becomes the fourth leg on the stool to try and help the college achieve its goals. Oftentimes, there's not a budget or there's help that's needed. The foundation, through its relationships, can do that. So I'm going to share with you kind of an idea of the impact a little bit on how the foundation helps students. I have to turn up my sound. Slow down. I have to share my sound.
There's my son in the bottom.
Really? Your son in there?
In Culinary, yeah. That's amazing. I get to give two of my kids a diploma Friday. Well, a fake diploma, but
Diploma cover, right?
yeah, they'll get their cover of their. What?
Not a diploma, it's a degree cover.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I wanted a better life, not just for myself,
but also for my family. When I chose Butler,
I was excited, but I was also scared, not knowing how I was going to pay for it.
even though I had a job, my paycheck didn't go far, and my family couldn't contribute to my education.
They always told me, you are going to college, no matter what it takes.
I think about all the sacrifices my family made, and it drives me to work even harder.
Because I know that when I graduate, I'll have made them proud.
I want to thank all of those who give to Butler for contributing not just to my tuition,
But to my future.
My future.
My future.
I will remember their generosity forever.
So that is just a quick snippet of kind of what we do day in, day out, primarily is providing dollars for students who need that financial support to come to college. It's access to education is what we call it. And so that's what we do primarily. The number of foundations that exist in the United States are 1,400, which I thought was kind of an interesting number. But what I found more interesting was that 900 of those are foundations with community colleges, almost twice as many than universities and colleges. So it's a robust system that exists. Another interesting fact is that the first foundation began in 1891 with our friends up northeast of us at the KU Endowment. And that was the first kind of foundation education structure that was created. And the first half of the 20th century were really around four-year public colleges. About the 60s and 70s when community colleges started really getting into establishing their own foundations and began to create those types of entities on their campuses. So another question that sort of comes up is, are foundations independent from the institution, or completely independent from the institution? And the answer is kinda. There are about 33% that are completely independent from the college or university. 17% are completely dependent, but 50% are what's called interdependent. So part of it, their foundation's funding it, part of it, the college or university is funding it. So Butler is an interdependent type of foundation that that works with and it is supported by the college. So the question comes up is, why do donors make gifts to the college or university instead of directly to the college? And so there's a couple of reasons for it, but the college is, typically is a politically appointed or elected officials who have primary responsibilities for the institution. The foundation has a responsibility to its donors, and we are mindful of the needs of the institution. So there's a difference on sort of focus, and we are very sensitive on making sure that the wishes of the donor are carried out, that the confidentiality is carried out, and that any anonymity is maintained. All of our records regarding their giving are private, and most of them wish it not to become public matter. So we have a fiduciary duty to them. And so that's sort of answers that question as to why most donors do not give directly to the institution. So let's look a little bit on the structure. So the foundations are managed by an independent board. So in fact, just today I was visiting with recruiting a board member to our foundation board, and this one happened to be a person who is on staff here at the college. And the foundation likes to have a voice from the campus on the foundation board to speak to needs, to speak to perceptions. We also have people out in the community that give us perceptions from Augusta, from El Dorado, from Andover, Towanda, and Rose Hill. And then we have some in Wichita that kind of give us this understanding of what are the thoughts and priorities of the community. And so here's just here's a list of all of our current board members, and they come from Butler County and the surrounding area, different professions. We have legal, we have financial, we have people in healthcare, we have all walks of life really on this list of board members. We find our boards to be very insightful. They're engaging, they're supportive, but mainly they understand the institution. They understand that their role in trying to support the mission of the college. So what is the mission of the foundation? Well, the mission of the foundation is to nurture relationships that will create opportunities to make a difference in the lives of Butler students. That is what we do every day, is nurture the relationship with the donor. We identify prospective donors, we cultivate the donors. And so there's this whole process that we go through to make sure that we can hopefully obtain a gift to support them, support the need. And so here is kind of a story of a woman who received our Harvard Award scholarship and the impact that donor had on this particular person's life.
Well, I am a sales officer for Fidelity Bank. I've been there for 10 years now, and the reason I went back to college was to get a degree because I want to, in the end, be a commercial lender. I mean, I have been pretty successful. I feel like in my current job and where I've been, I've always started at the bottom and worked my way up. It's kind of been my backbone. It doesn't matter where I start out, I ended up working my way up, but I was kind of to that point where I was, I can work my way up, but I don't like hearing no, and I don't like being told you can't do something. So when I was finally told I couldn't do something, I was like, well, what do I got to do to get there? And it was finish my education. So that's kind of where I was like, okay, fine, I'll go finish my education. And I was first generation kid as well to go to school. I have 6 kids in my family. My mom's from the Philippines, so going back to college is kind of foreign for my whole entire family. And so I'm the first one to actually go back or do any type of college education. And they've been supportive too. My mom's biggest dream was to have one of her kids graduate. She didn't really know what in or why, but she wanted somebody to graduate. So it's kind of been a big dream for her to see that as well. And she's pretty proud of me when she went to my graduation for Butler. So that's been a good motivation as well. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't have anybody to ask, like, what do I do or how to handle it. And I think that's kind of the reason why I chose Butler in the beginning, was because if I had a question, it didn't matter which advisor I'd talk to. It was, well, let me walk you through this, or let me get you through where you need to be, and just kind of went above and beyond I thought maybe an advisor would even do, and just made it feel more welcoming for somebody that's pretty scared to go back to school. I had so many teachers and so many advisors just be extremely encouraging on the fact, like, hey, you're doing a pretty big deal thing. Do you realize that, you've got somebody here supporting you? And I think Butler did that for me in general. Is every teacher that I had and every faculty member I talked to, it was, how can I help you? It wasn't you're a burden to me or anything like that. So when I graduated, I actually walked and got an award just for getting good grades. And my oldest daughter was there and my younger daughter was there, and they joked around about how, oh, look, you got an award that looks like Paige's soccer medals that she wins. And my kids mean the most to me. So to hear my older daughter whisper to my younger daughters, like, yeah, but these awards weren't because, mommy kicked a ball and got good, good scores. It was because she worked really hard and going to school, and they noticed that I worked really hard. So they would say, I had to wake mommy up in the morning because she fell asleep on the couch studying the night before. And she was like, they made really good grades. That's what she got that award for. And it was more of they realized that I worked so hard to get to where I was, and that meant a lot to me. If I could take Butler and turn it into a 4-year college, I would love to do that, just for the fact that, I've gone to WSU now currently, and it's a different feel. It's definitely different. I'm glad I had my first 2 years here at Butler, because I definitely felt the community involvement and I felt the backing behind it.
So just a side note, the Hubbard Award is an annual gift of $15,000 to a student transferring to a college. And it's very competitive, and you get to that point where you win that thing, and the story you hear of that journey, they're all different, but they're all super impactful. So that's I was listening to that, and I listened to the one we're getting ready to award. You could model it in the same book and just have the same feeling. So our impact is, for the last 10 years of scholarships have been $10.5 million that we give to students to attend Butler. And then our impact just on some projects that we've worked on recently would be the Redler Institute, the stadium, and of course this building is about 14 million. So the foundation is actively working to help students, but also actively trying to help the institution grow. This is kind of an interesting little deal here. So in our foundation conference room, there hangs this charter. And back in 1967, 1968, these people here decided they wanted to raise money for scholarships, and their goal was $10,000. And they exceeded their goal by $200, raised $10,200 for scholarships for students attending Butler. And I look at this often when I'm sitting there waiting for my coffee to fill up. And it dawns on me how many people are there that were excited about getting involved with the college in 1967. I mean, these aren't just like 10 or 12 people. These are a lot of people. And so they're all from all over the county, all over the area. And that kind of continues today, the same kind of relationship we have with the community. So let's take a little look at kind of our staff and operations and give you some background on that. So we have a team of 7 that focuses on fundraising. My role as the Vice President of Advancement, I have about 30 years of experience in nonprofit foundation, 16 years in higher education. And I oversee the entire operation of the foundation. I oversee marketing, which is in the college. And then I work with the president on special projects. So that's my primary role. Haley Hobbs, who is to my right in the purple shirt, she has 10 years of experience in higher education foundation work. She oversees the donor database, which records all the gifts and all of the relationships that we manage. She manages the board of directors. She oversees the grant writing and solicits foundations. And she also leads the governance committee, and as well as supporting communication and events. She's a Butler grad as well. Avery Nelson, who's to my left, is director of scholarships, and she has 15 years of work in higher education foundation work. She's a major gift solicitor, and who manages the charitable scholarship program and directs the scholarship dinner, which I think some of you have attended. She supports events and leads our development committee of the board. Jennifer Green Miracle, who is sitting in the chair with the black blouse, has 20 years in nonprofit and event management and 10 years in corporate relations. She oversees our corporate relations here at Butler, and she's also a major gift solicitor. She oversees the Butler auction and oversees Advance Kansas. She also supports communications. Angie Friesen, who's standing on the left, far left, is our accounting officer. She works part-time and has 20 years in nonprofit accounting and 10 years as an accountant for a major corporation. She manages the accounts payable and receivables for the foundation and leads the finance and investment committee. And then Trisha Walls, who's sitting in the white blouse, she is the community advancement coordinator. She's part-time and she has 10 years in higher education, oversees communications for the foundation, manages the life enrichment program, which you may have heard of, and oversees the county spelling bee, which I think is pretty cool. And then she also supports us with the auction and Advance Kansas. So that is the team there. Oh, and Gina, excuse me, Gina, who's in the the far right, is our admin, and she has 2 years in higher education. She's from Augusta, and she supports the foundation office and our events, and also helps marketing with their accounts payable. So because we're all in the same suite, that's a task that she can do for us or for marketing. So that is our group. So part of the financial support that we receive from the college breaks down into these positions. So I'll kind of give you an overview real quick. My salary, 70% of it is paid by the college, where 30% is paid by the foundation. Director of Donor Relations, which is Haley, that's 100% foundation. Director of Scholarships is 77% college and 23% foundation. That position used to be at the college and was moved over to the foundation because of some management issues that existed at the time, and the foundation was better kept to be able to do that kind of task. So that came over to us. Director of Corporate Relations and Community Relations, 60% college, 40% foundation. Our accounting officer is 100% college. Community Advancement Officer is 100% foundation, and the admin assistant is 100% foundation. So the total paid by the college is $302,313. That supports the operations or supports the salaries of the foundation. So in 2006 is when the foundation, which was independent, became a hybrid or interdependent with the college. And the reason for that was a couple of reasons. One was there was a kind of a comprehensive campaign that was being developed at the time. And the foundation as it existed was not able to probably do all the fundraising it needed to do on its own. So they decided to bring some resources to the foundation and help it create a staff that would allow it to be able to carry out a comprehensive campaign. There was also some things like the scholarship management and that type of thing, those tasks that seemed to be more of the purview of the foundation. So that was changed over at that time, and it's been kind of the model that we've used since then. Getting close to wrapping up here. The key to our success, how are we successful in fundraising? We follow a model that's not any mystery, but it is a relationship-based strategic effort, which consists of the foundation building relationships in the community. So we're out in the community all the time, involved in civic groups, involved with every aspect of the community we can get our hands on so that people know us and we know them. We identify and cultivate donors. So we look at our alumni, we look at our community leaders, we look at those that have shown interest in the institution, and we cultivate those relationships to see if there is a passion for supporting the mission of the institution. We then solicit those individuals for either general gifts, specific gifts, or endowed gifts, which are gifts that go into perpetuity. And we also solicit for deferred giving, which is gifts to estates. And then we manage those gifts. And we manage those gifts according to the donor's intent and report back to the donors and or their representatives on their funds. So that's how we are successful. We do that quite well. It's not me, it's really my staff that does that very effectively. And we get a lot of compliments about our management efficiency. Another feather in our cap is that Butler Community College Foundation is seen as a leader in the Jayhawk Conference. We are we're kind of where you want to be as a community college foundation when you grow up kind of place. The photo on the left is the first gathering of all of the community college advancement offices to meet and to try to look at ways they do their work, ideas, kind of some collaborative thought that went on that day. And then the photo on the right is where we met last year in Colby, and that desire to get together is still there. But in June, for instance, Hutchinson Community College will be coming over to Butler to talk about how do we go from this to this? How do we go from 3 people to maybe 6 people? And so we'll be having that conversation with them on how to do that. So they've gotten to that point where they're at that point of going to that next step, and we can certainly provide our experience with them. So all of that work, it really amounts to the graduation, the culmination of a student's journey with us, the 4 to 5 semesters they may be with us, the support they get from us. You heard the videos, the impact. We're all a part of that process. We don't get to sit in the classroom and get to know them, but we get to know them when they come to us and say, how am I going to do this? Or they come to us and say, I have an emergency and I can't get new tires and I can't come to school because I don't have new tires. It's that kind of stuff that we see on a regular basis. So we're there kind of as a net, and our donors support that desire for an education and all of the trappings of not being able to finish it. And it's humbling. It's humbling to be able to work with those people who have decided that we are have a meaning in their life and their willingness to support others. So that is what I do, and that's what my team does.
Thank you, Tom.
Yes.
Anybody have any questions?
Yes.
I do. Okay.
Mary Martha, go ahead.
10.5 million scholarships you give out. Do you give out that many every single year?
No, that's over 10 years. We give out this year we'll be giving out over $800,000 from our endowment to support scholarships. And then we raise money through like the Butler auction and a couple of other fundraising strategies to enhance that. So we're about $1 million a year in financial support for students to come to Butler.
Thank you.
And you only use funds that come from the interest on the principal that's invested, correct, for scholarships? Is that
Right. So
right?
the board of directors every year looks at our investment, and then they have a kind of a decision point where they have to decide, are they going to award a minimum of 4%, or right now our maximum is 6%. So we have what's called a 5-year rolling average. So we look at the averages of 5 years, and that gets our amount that we can award at 4%, at 5%, at 6%. And so then the board decides what it wants to award that given year. And so for the last 3 years, we've been awarding at 6%. They feel comfortable that that is a very doable number. And so that's how we make our awards.
What's the smallest amount you can give to start getting it endowed?
10,000. That will generate about $500 a year.
Thank you.
But you can give less than that And then it builds towards it becoming endowed, right? You don't have.
You can give an annual gift of $100 and we'll give that out that year, or work for a pledge to get it to the endowed level. And then the endowment will give dollars out into perpetuity.
Julie, do you have a question?
Yeah, you said 302,000 is college paid of your salaries. How much is foundation paid? I missed that. Sorry.
It is.
I know you gave it to.
No, it's fine. Find my number. Look down. 276,106.
Okay, does that match up with anything on the 990? Is
Uh,
that the two salaries that are listed on the 990?
the salaries on 990, I believe, would be those the foundation pays.
100%.
Yeah.
That's what the foundation pays 100%.
Right.
I had a question.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do the donors themselves have any say as to when, like, the principal balance is granted or, given out to students? Because my parents have one that's established, and my mom has stated, she's like, well, they're just giving out the interest side rather than just start giving the principal. She said, because we're going to be dead and nobody's going to know who we were.
Oh.
So it's like, I just wonder if they have a say.
So a
in that.
donor can say, I no longer would like to have it endowed. I'd like for it all to be given out. That is within donor's purview.
Okay.
The into perpetuity is kind of a neat thing because it'll continue to go on as
Right.
long as the college exists. So the Corti scholarship will be impacting lives forever.
Right.
And so that's what we would argue.
Yeah.
But if the intent of the donor is to say, I would like to see bigger impact,
Right, immediately, and
we can certainly do that if that's what they would like.
I'll let her know she has the choice.
She can come visit.
Okay.
Okay, and then I was gonna ask how many, okay, I don't have the latest 990, I only have 2021, so it's not gonna match up, but the latest one I have is 194,000 instead of the 276,000 that you said should be a match on the 990 report. So what is the head count for how many people are actually paid for by the foundation?
So we have
Or
seven.
in the foundation?
So we have 7 employees.
Okay,
We have one that is 100% college. My salary is 70%. Our director of scholarship is 77% college. Our director of corporate relations and community relations is 60%.
you hired a new person recently, the college did in Andover to support community events.
Mhm.
Is that? And they were listed as a marketing and somebody, I think.
Tyler?
But I was surprised to find out that it looked like from the description of the employment, it was going to be strictly to assist Andover, the Andover community in promoting events.
No, so the position that Jennifer Green Miracle took was a position that was held by Mary Moon, who held that for 15, 20 years, and that was her role. And so Jennifer just simply slipped into that role.
She's the one that manages the auction and a lot of the events.
Okay, so
corporate
the new
relationships.
person they were talking about that is in Andover, it's a guy.
Is it a
I
foundation
don't-
position or
I don't
marketing?
know.
There aren't any foundation.
It's
positions.
marketing, but I guess I was asking if, since most of these are, well.
Are you thinking of Tyler Nordman?
Or Billy
Yes,
Jackson.
that's it.
Tyler Nordman is part of the mass comm department. He works with Matt Jacobs. Does videoing and social media and college promotions and stuff, but he's not a.
He's
foundation
under
employee.
IS, but he does
Okay.
interface,
Or IS,
he
yeah.
interfaces with marketing.
Okay, so the job description was, it was indeed to support Andover community events.
Well, college-wide. He supports everything college-wide.
Okay.
I don't
He
know
did say
that we. I don't know
Well,
that we hired
it was
anybody
on
that's
Indeed.
just-
That's where I read it. I got a notice from Indeed that it was.
I don't know that we have anybody that supports just Andover.
Yeah.
events.
Maybe. Oh, yeah,
Tyler's
he's
not, so
definitely.
he's here on this campus.
Well, then the whole job description was really his job because that's not what the job description said, but it's okay. I just
Well,
want.
why don't you bring up the copy of the job description so we know what you're talking about?
Send it to you.
Okay, that'd be great.
I saw it too.
And it was just Andover? You know?
Yeah, it was listed, it was listed as Andover Community Events person.
I have a question.
Sometimes Indeed will put it on there.
They kind of parcel it out. don't
They
they?
think something is, to say, oh, it's an events person in Andover or for Andover. But that's not us.
That's probably why it's.
It's not accurate.
I had a question on the 302. Does that include? Is that just straight salaries or does that also include benefit pay?
My notes showed me
Insurance?
salaries and benefits on the spreadsheet, so I'm assuming that's salary and benefits.
Any other questions for Tom?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to share that with you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
You're sharing. Okay, the agenda here. That's it for our, oh, no, we have one more discussion item. It's the trustee information requests, just a discussion of those.
We made copies. I know you asked for copies of the information, so.
At the work session, Linda passed out copies of our public records policy, which, to be clear, there weren't suggested changes to this in what was handed out. This was simply to make everybody aware of what our policy is right now. So we're
We
not,
had some changes, Linda.
there's a, not on this.
Oh, not on the court.
Thanks. You're welcome. So to the extent we're talking about our core policy today, it's not talking about. This document does not represent changes. This document represents what has been in place since.
Okay,
Looks like
why,
January of
if we're
20.
talking about the core policies. Well, oh. Why do we have this?
Well, I think the idea behind this was that. In the broader discussion of requests for information by board members, at some point there becomes an interplay between when the college is doing something on behalf of the board. And if someone wants something that perhaps the entire board doesn't feel is necessary, then presumably the fallback position would be, we have an information request policy that is set forth here that has cost to it. And we've talked about this generally, but we've never really talked about it specifically in the context of what process does the board think we need to adopt or follow with respect to requests that are coming from individual trustees for information. And I'm not talking about questions that arise in a board meeting. I'm talking about questions that are going to require the college, Dr. Kroll or her staff to take time to answer.
I would perhaps like to parse the difference between the public in general liking to know what's going on versus the public sending their representatives to the college to find out what's going on. I don't think a trustee asking for information should be held to the same standard as just Joe Blow down the street for no reason. Like, for instance, in the January meeting, I requested again for probably the 10th time, hey, I'd like to know some detailed sports analysis, cost, blah, 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 blah. And it's on the January meeting and I've got a timestamp here. Here we are, 4 months later, zero information. So if I quarter request it, oh, now we're gonna charge Shelby $50 an hour. It's like, we need to know this stuff. And if it was readily available where we could just look it up, I wouldn't have to ask.
True.
But that's what I want to differentiate between
Readily available.
somebody just wanting to know versus electing someone to go to the college to manage their $13 million in taxes that they're paying to find out what's going on. And then not only are you unpaid, we're going to charge you to tell you what we're doing with your money.
Well,
I think that's a bad.
I don't think
Bad
the point
optics.
was ever to say that every time a trustee
No, I
requests something,
understand.
you're gonna be charged for it. Remember, sorry.
well, no, I just
We
think
need to differentiate for sure before anybody further goes on this.
you need to know
Request
when
is-
you request something, Julie,
We need to
Oh, hang
know
on.
what's
One- one
readily
second.
available.
Hang on.
What's not.
One at a time.
when you request
We don't have
Cora,
that.
Wait,
Julie, we need to know what your motive is and why you need it and what will you gain by that information.
Well, Mary Martha, bless your heart. I look at things in a whole different
Stop.
world than you.
Stop.
You're a
So-
cost accountant, I know,
That's right.
and an
I
insurance
may-
rep.
I may not need the same information that you need.
Well, but Julie, you're asking for so much. I would love to see what Dr. Kroll has for the amount of paperwork and time that her staff has done for you. I'm sure it's over
Well,
$1,000.
I would like to see, honestly. You know, the expense report we get by email every month, you know, to where it goes through all the organizations.
Yes, it's very
departments with the
detailed.
college.
Yes.
I would really like to see the same thing, and they are readily available for all of the labor costs.
Let's stay focused.
Let's stay focused.
Let's-
Yeah,
let's-
for
Let's
it.
stay
So,
focused on this policy. That's our discussion.
Okay, well, you asked, you may never know why I need all that.
well, then
but
you
that's
shouldn't, we should not agree to let you get that information. What you're doing is you're causing extra
Very much.
time.
That's, okay, you need to put yourself in a different perspective. I'm not
Instead
in
of
politics.
academic-
I don't live in El Dorado.
Academic
You
work.
do. I don't live in the academic pocket. You
Uh-huh.
do. I was focused on, as a cost accounting advisor, site audit manager, so forth and so on for military contracts.
Let's
for-
go ahead and
for
discuss.
years,
We don't need to
okay?
discuss your
Well, you're
background.
asking me
No, I'm not.
why I need this. This is the only way I can make sense. You give me numbers like I just reviewed again. I just reviewed the budget.
You haven't
which
shared
showed me
anything.
How much money we spent in 50 in.
You have not shared one thing
3
with the
years.
board, why you needed that. And that's what we need to do is
Well, I have
decide.
To explain to you why I want to look at certain records.
Because if you were.
Hang on, folks.
We are not micromanaging. You
Well-
are, but we're not.
You know, that's your definition, right, Martha? You and I don't see things eye to eye. Okay,
Go back to the subject, Julie.
I am. We don't see things eye to eye. You have no, you know, it's like you said. Remember what you said to me the last time we voted on the budget? So why didn't you vote for this? And you said to me, I have to live in this community, Julie.
Oh, Julie, I don't think I said that.
Okay.
Linda, did you have a comment?
No.
Well, I want to go back to Shelby's. When Shelby just was talking about the sports costs. So I feel like if a topic comes up around, I mean, I think we need to make some changes. I think if that topic comes up and the information is readily available, that's one thing. Or if it's information that we need someone to gather and report on, that a majority of the board needs to say, I agree to. And it's directed to the president of the board to get that information. The responsibility has been set. We've made it very clear what we want. And that's done. If Julie continues to have questions about everything, then she can either make her court request in pay form, or she can bring them to either a work session or a board meeting and say, I've been wondering about the costs at Rose Hill High School for the construction program. Okay, and what are you thinking? What do you think might be wrong? I mean, we could ask that question, or is there a reason, you know, why are we doing this? And I would say that if that had come before us at the time, I probably would have been curious too. You know, I hadn't paid attention to the enrollment particularly. I wasn't here, you know, when some of this started. So that would have been information that I would have wanted. But to just do like what happened with, I mean, our staff is worried they're not pleasing us. And so they go and inventory something that in the meeting, it was clear that it would be inventoried later. But they felt that they needed to take care of it so they could get it off their plate. Well, these requests need to be directed, you know, from us.
Can't pin that on me. to No, I never asked for that.
Just let her talk.
Us. It's not a good example because
Stop.
I actually.
Julie, stop.
No,
Stop. It was not your turn. Stop.
Then finish so I can.
It's an example of what happened, whether that was your intent or not. But I think it's confusing for our staff to not have clear direction. I think they should be getting their direction from the president. I think we should be directing the president. She's our employee. And in turn, then if that sports data doesn't come or some follow-up on that, then you know where you can point the finger. I'm sorry to say that, but to just mention it in a meeting and nobody else comments anymore, or for people to feel that, you know, our staff to feel like they've got to continually please us, you know, I want to understand if the information is readily available or not. I want to understand, is there another way to gather this information, or should we be assigning it to the proper staff person to come back to us with information? We've asked lots of questions about the foundation. Today, the report from the foundation answers a lot of the questions that I had. If we feel like there's additional information that we need, then we can put that together, talk about it, and have Dr. Paul source that information for us. But I just don't want our staffing to feel confused. I want us to be clear and direct, but I also want us to follow our core policy that doesn't give any exception. So
Now, if I could have the floor. I think one thing that would be very beneficial to all of us is if we had a list of actual reports that they already have developed. I'll understand them. Maybe you won't, maybe you won't. Maybe I'm the
that's
only
up
one that
to
will.
her to say.
Yes.
I'm just saying, you
Oh,
know,
God.
labor reports are very common and we should already have those. But I've had to pull teeth to get in.
Because they don't exist, Julie. Stay on topic. Stay on
This
topic.
is the only place I've ever been involved with that doesn't know what their labor report.
And you've
tells
raised
every
this
month.
issue more times than I can count, and
And
now
we
it's not
have,
the time.
and we have a brand new, what is it, that software that we recently approved
BKD.
when Linda first got here. And we have yet to see any monthly numbers of buying that software. And that was intended to give us more information every month. I mean, that's just an example.
That's not-
I did not ask for the IT department to do what they did. When I got Kim's email, I backed right down. I said, you know what, that's fine. And I
No.
didn't email her back and say, go ahead and do it anyway.
You didn't back down.
No, you didn't
said-
back down. You didn't comment on that until the meeting when we brought that report and they had already done the inventory and the
Pretty much
location.
Told me in your email.
I
that
did, but you didn't
there's gonna
respond to
be
it,
a
Julie.
lot Of
Yeah.
work.
You didn't respond.
So
to it.
Hang on, let's not focus on that one. I don't think that's a great example because there was confusion in the emails as to who was expecting what and what happened, and what happened.
But let's still
But
have confusion.
That's exactly.
Well, and there's more than one policy too that needs to be overhauled as far as information. So I'm all about looking at the policies that we have now, including our core records, and trying to do some of the somewhat of an overhaul. There's things that are bothering me that I think we need to add to the ethics part.
Shelby, do you have a comment?
So.
Yeah, I do. I've
okay.
got like 4 and I didn't make a note.
Sorry.
Let's say, for instance, I have requested sports over 3.5 years now with zero information, $0 figures. BKD readily has that data. I asked Michael Gerber about that a year ago. He said, all that data is on hand. You just have to enter. I know it's not that simple, but it is there. It is available. It's just not being provided unless I do it for it. And then it's, you know, bad guy, lots of work for us. But
Yeah.
I'm talking to it. My position is this foundation is, I mean, this college is like 40, you know, it's like 50% taxpayer supported, it's even more than that. So this isn't just funds that a business is doing and they don't need to share with the public. It's like you get, you know, 20 million from the state, 15 million from the local, then we have all the scholarships from the state. It's like, this is all of our money as citizens. We should know where it all goes. And I understand if you make a core request, it's supposed to be a readily available record that's either in print form or email that's accessible. We're not reinventing the wheel to give us a number. So I get that. And I understand if somebody wants a core number that's going to be too big of a deep dive to create, the board may want input on that, say like, hey, like, why do you need to know how many air conditioners in which building? I can understand the board be like, yeah, I don't think that's important. If somebody really wants to go after it, like, more important to me and I'm willing to pay for it. That's different than just asking for, like I asked for construction the other day, because I'm curious how well the construction is doing. And I got the briefest, most minimal 380 some credit hours total, and then it was like 100 people or something. That's the only information I was provided, which is not enough. So I don't know, you know, what classes are being taught, how full the classes are, how much, you know, teachers are being paid. I haven't gone into that minutia, but I'm still curious to know after we approved culinary or construction. And we're supposed to evaluate it in 3 years to know if it's an effective program or not. Not just drive down the road and like, well, we don't want to tell you that it's a bother, so let's just keep funding it. It's like, we're supposed to have a 3-year evaluation. I know it's changed to a 2-year evaluation now, so I fully expect, hey, this is a new program. How effective is it? You know, we've lost 30,000, 50,000 credit hours, 30% over 10 years. We need to focus and I don't know, I guess I'm getting in the weeds here, but it's just, I think, oh, and the other thing I have an idea that Sarah Wilson's report every month. Could that not be itemized? And just, you would know every check that's written, every department that's written over time, and you'd almost have an annual budget of your expenses by check or department that was written. That's not a bad way of knowing where we sit, and then we could just look at that with a total.
I think that report that's generated comes right out of Banner. Am I correct, Kent Serious? And I don't think that it's not, I mean, there's a certain amount of space for characters and things like that. It's a report that's automatically generated from Banner. So
into a yearly total, I would assume, and say, you know,
I-
art snacks for the Grizzly Lantern team this year we spent.
and is it really necessary that you know
No, I'm
that
just
kind
saying,
of
if it was
detail?
compiled, I wouldn't have to ask a question. I could go look and say, well, we spent, you know, $4,500 on snacks this year. Okay.
So regarding that, I guess, again, you know, I would say a couple of different things. I want to speak to that, but then I also want to speak just in general to information requests. You know, you have oversight of the budget. Your fiduciary responsibility is to have oversight of the annual budget, approve the annual budget. You have administrators and budget managers whose responsibility then is to see and manage their budgets very, very carefully. When you are asking questions, I think about the amount of dollars that are spent on the, you know, Grizzly Backer snacks and things like that. That's stepping into operational kinds of things. You should, as a board, be giving us the responsibility. Here's the budget. We expect you to manage it effectively and ethically, and honestly. And then it's the budget manager's responsibilities to do that. And we have budget managers that are doing that. They're watching their budgets all the time and making sure that they're not being overspent or that they're, you know, managing their dollars the right way. And I think that that's evident because each year, at the end of the year, we have unspent dollars, you know, so people are managing those budgets very, very effectively. Now, if you want individual information, again, I think that this is an appropriate part of what we're asking for when it comes to information requests. If there's something like that you want in that much detail, your question about construction didn't ask for the information about how many classes are being taught and what's the fill rate on the classes and those kinds of things. If we can have these conversations at the board about information requests and we can process through this information, then we can walk away from the board meeting knowing exactly what's wanted. And so we bring back the right information. If you know, we didn't know from your question that you wanted that detail. So I think that's why it's important that we have an understanding from the board meeting about the information requests and what level you want them at and what information you want so that our folks can pull that information together in the best way that we can. We just reviewed this morning the first round of the athletic module for BKD. And the plan is to bring that to you folks and show it to you in June. This is the first look that we've had at it even. So we're struggling with how to manage the information requests because they're coming from different people. They're coming at different level. They're not always I mean, lots of times we're getting them from just conversations in board meetings. Here's the information that I would like to have. And so we're struggling with, you know, what level do we have to fulfill this at and how much time are we supposed to spend doing it? So we really need you folks to give us some direction. So we give you the right information and we give it to you in the right format. It's time consuming and we want to make sure that we're doing things the right way for the board.
Just to comment on that, I understand we as a board, as a majority set policy and all that, so that would be to what you're saying. But to the sports issue, the only number I've seen, I haven't seen no number. But Mr. Rinkenbaugh commented if he had to guess, he'd suppose we're in the red. That's as much information I have in 3.5 years of being on the board of sports and where they set. I mean, I could go through myself on all of the scholarships and write them up and total them and try to go through all our board books and do it myself, but if I was running that department, I would assume I would have more detailed information on hand I could share more readily. Not just like, well, what are you gonna do? Kim, go ahead.
So on the, just a couple comments on the notion that, you know, the people at the college are in charge of, you know, putting the budgets together, meeting those budgets and, you know, doing their job with that. I agree. They're 100% doing their job and doing it well. But from our standpoint as the board, it's more of a bigger picture question as far as if our constituents and people that we answer to think that they want to know, okay, why is the college shrinking, but yet the budget isn't, then it's more a big picture question of what can we do to impact that? And it's hard for us to know without getting into the weeds a little bit to see if there's any opportunity for savings, just like the insurance thing I brought up earlier.
Yeah.
To Linda's point, when she was talking about having a majority have to get a question answered, I just think that's categorically unfair, because when you're in the minority, that just means you just shut us three up and we just don't get to ask anything. There's got to be a happy medium though, to where, and so maybe it's you have a maximum number of requests you can ask in a period of time, or you have, you know, 2 or 3 people want to know what that is as opposed to just one. I do think, no offense, Julie, I think there is an issue with just an overabundance of requests without coming back to the board and saying why. I don't think it's out of line for everybody to kind of be like, okay, why? Because it's kind of hindering everybody else from asking questions that we might find to be legit when you've asked 10 and haven't come back to say why. So just my thoughts.
I think, I guess I would say, as far as the information requests, I don't think that the intent is to shut down those information requests if the, you know, for instance, if the majority of the board doesn't think the information is necessary. I mean, I think if it's a valid information request, it'll be supported, but from our perspective, it's more about tell us exactly what you need. I mean, it gives the board as a whole an opportunity to really kind of dig into those information requests and really understand, here's the level that we need it at, and here's why we need it, and here's how it's going to help us. So that's part of what I'm asking for, is helping us understand in a deeper way, you know, really what do you need the information for, and how's it going to help the board in your decision making and your understanding. So yeah.
Well, and they told us early on that BKD was going to take some years to implement. And I can just tell you from experience that we had a program over in the Wichita School District that to fully implement it took a 10-year time period. Mm-hmm. And it took a lot of commitment and a lot of information, because unbeknownst to you guys, there's a lot of information that is kept by colleges and high schools and school districts and universities that have to be kept in perpetuity.
Yeah. I think that, and I think you all remember that the BKD is not real time. It gives you past years of information. So it gives you over time, it'll give you some trend for those past years, but it's not real time. It's not going to tell you currently right now where we're at from that BKD information. And you folks have known that from the beginning.
So Shelby, what do you want to know about BKD in the sports? How can we get that answered for you?
We'll bring that presentation to you. Okay. We'll bring the initial presentation in June.
Profit loss statement of everything. It's like,
it's
just general, you know, we're spending $250,000 on some locker rooms for girls softball. Okay, what's girls softball make? What do we spend in scholarships? What kind of revenue is brought in by the students? You know, how well attended is it? What merchandise do we sell? Well, I understand sports don't, at our level, probably don't make money.
Correct.
So just show me those numbers and I'll be like, cool. We want to spend $250,000 on lockers, or it's just, to me, it's not my job to make $50 million decisions without having $50 million worth of data. And the data is there. I mean, we write checks every month for the $4 million of payroll from Sherry Wilson's report. take that times 12 months, that's 48 million, that's 50 million, that's closing in on our budget. I mean, it's there, it's just. And
Well, there
I
are-
can go do the work myself and go through it all and total it up, and I
Let's see
haven't done
let's see
that.
what the report provides next month
Right,
and we can have
right.
more discussion.
So,
And there are, institutions that have like recently, Fort Scott got rid of their football program. They looked at it and decided it wasn't worth what they were spending on it. And I know, and that's part of the issue is nobody wants to ever consider doing anything like that, but other institutions have done similar things.
Yeah,
to back-
they were having trouble recruiting players
Mm-hmm.
and recruiting coaches and stuff. It was a kind of a multifaceted problem for the reason that they shut their program down.
yeah, we go back to Mary's point. She mentioned earlier, we're gonna deny you that request if we don't agree with it. I don't think you can deny a core request if it's for. I'm just saying, if it's core related material,
Mhm.
that's state law that you ask for that, you can have it. Whether you pay for it or not, that's the question, but you can't deny somebody.
No.
So I'm just
Well,
clarifying what
pay
you
or
said.
not.
You can't say you can't have it. You guys might have to say you have to pay for it. That's a difference. You can't say you don't get it.
That's
Tell
how
us
I
why.
understood.
Yeah,
That's what
tell
I
us
said.
why you want it. I mean,
I understand, but you can't deny them legally available documents if they so wish.
If they're
you're charging
available.
them for them.
Yeah.
And they don't want to pay it and they go away, sure, but if they're willing to pay. And it's a core document, it has to be provided. You can't just say, well, any boo-boo, we don't want to give you those, but we don't.
Part of the problem we face is that we're dealing with a remnant of 2.5 years ago when there was frustration about getting information. So there was this first, well, we're just going to ask for it to Cora. And now it's turned into every single request for information, regardless of the basis or the scope, is a Cora request. And if I think, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but it's sort of you shouldn't be able to have your cake and eat it too. If you want to use the hammer that Cora is to say, you have to give me this and take it out of the board's discussion, then we have a policy and you can pay for it. That's not what anyone wants. I don't want
Board
to
as
see
a
every
whole can
request.
make that policy. I'm just saying if.
But that's not what I want. I want
But
to
I'm
see
just-
the board get together and have a discussion about what the ask is going to require. And then and maybe it gets to what's readily available, and that's not a bright line. We could decide how many hours equals readily available if we wanted to do that. But at some point, the cost is too high for the benefit, especially when the benefit is never explained. And that's, Julie, that's up to you. If you don't want to explain it, you don't have to.
I
But if you're
don't
asking
mind
me to
explaining
support
it, but I don't want to be argued with at every point. It's my point of view, not anyone else's.
I just want to make sure if the board as a whole decides that that's your policy, just don't. Just be fair with it, I guess, like our executive session the other night where one was excluded.
That was.
I
illegal.
think that's
That wasn't-
crossing the line of. I
We'll
mean, it's
talk-
the same type of deal. It's like, but I understand reining in what's going on and all that.
Yeah.
And there
in the
can
first
be
year,
like,
sorry.
hey, that makes sense, no problem, board says, yeah. Or like, I don't think we need to bother with that. Whatever it is, dollar page or whatever. I mean, the board would make that decision in the future. I understand there needs to be. We need to come to consensus on how this proceeds.
Do we have consensus at least that it makes sense for the board to be talking about these information requests before Kim starts tasking her staff to dive into things that are going to be more than a report that already exists?
Well-
Not that someone thinks should exist or might exist. I mean, that seems to me to not be an unfair ask.
Look,
That's what we
you
exist to talk about.
brought up several points. I've sat here and listened. You've asked me, this board has asked me why I needed certain information. Well, it was a year after I came that I started processing Cora's because frankly, I couldn't get the disclosure pages for the insurance policies. And I was looking for an overall inventory. And maybe it was confusing how I asked. But after a year of trying to get information, I just decided, well, maybe if I get a Cora and process everything on a Cora, maybe at least I'll get a solid answer within 3 days. Either I can't have it, it's readily available, it's not, whatever, but the rules have always changed. Basically, when I came on here, I was looking for an expense report by department. And then on the other side of the coin, I was also looking for a labor report like by department. Well, we get the expense report every single month, and that's great. I get that, I look through it, but I don't get a labor report. And every time I've asked for one, well, it has to be done, they have to create it. These are standard financial management system reports that every single entity I have ever worked for has had. One for labor, one for other, and that's just it.
So are you
Not-
accusing Dr. Cole and her staff of lying to you when
Oh
they
my
say the report?
God, Forrest,
I've never
please.
known a school to
You
do.
beat
I
the-
object.
You beat this
Let me
horse,
talk
you
to your
beat this
speech. I
horse to
object.
death. Let's
No,
focus
I'm
on the
just
policy,
explaining.
not an individual ask, the policy.
You know, you always
The-
cut me off
the
and you just feel
process.
great about it.
No, I
You know
don't
what?
feel great
It's
about
not
it.
always going to be that way, Forrest.
Process.
I was trying to explain that those are the only two things
Linda's trying to
that I
ask. a
really
question.
wanted
And
ever. And
And I think we've explained to you, we've explained to you that those reports, that labor report has to be created. I think
Created.
Shelley and her staff have worked really hard to try and put that report together in a way and have given it to you a
Yeah.
couple of
And
different
do you
times,
s-
and it's not adequate,
but-
it seems like.
but
And
hold
so
on, but you do send those out every month to the departments. They get a
Labor
labor
reports?
report every month, right? Of everything in their department, of what they've spent, so that it shows.
They get is a very budget report every month.
Does it have labor on it?
It
No.
does. It has, but not broken down the way you've asked for it, broken down. You get a high level view of your accounts. So I get who I've got in my operational staff, who I've got in my admin staff,
Yeah.
and by org, but not broken down by each
Every
individual
individual.
position. Well, that's on the monthly reports you get. It's there, I believe. It's if we're talking about the same report I get every month, which is just shows me my department breakdowns.
I'm just talking about a regular monthly FMS report that talks about the variance in everybody's department.
Mhm.
Here's labor, here's your
Right.
expenses.
Right.
Here's the total, here's your cumulative. Maybe you don't have that, maybe you do.
We do.
But at least if I could string that together, I'd understand when we cut 25% of our enrollment. You know, our FTE's only gone down 12%. I would understand by looking at that report and seeing, okay, where have the decreases been? Where
I'm
have
not
they
sure
tried to
there's-
cut?
I'm not sure there's one report that consolidates all of that information.
You don't
So,
have a master in
so-
finance?
but like I get one, somebody else gets one for their department, they run it by org. But so it's I don't get one for the whole college. I just get like my department. And, I don't know if you want all those.
Time and again and showed you what we have. I know that you're used to seeing what you call labor reports. You worked for a company that was a manufacturer. That's not standard for colleges. We have reports that show the individuals, all the data that they have for their payroll. We have that summarized in departmental budget reports that show the different categories of payroll that we pay: administrative, institutional support, operational staff, students, and it's by department. We've shown those to you, Julie. We're having trouble figuring out what you want that we have not showed you. And I'd be happy to sit down. I don't think this is the right occasion, but we could sit down at a finance committee, or you can come in and we can go through that. But, we have those reports that are standard for education. We don't have reports that are standard for a manufacturing company.
And I wouldn't want you to, but I would like to see whatever you call.
And I would be happy. We would love to have you come in, sit down, and we'll show you what we have, and we can do that. Yeah, that would be fine. We would be happy to do that.
Let's redirect on the process. Linda, do you have let's kind of start to wrap this up.
I'd just like to go back to, we aren't applying our core report the way it's written, or our core request policy the way it's written. There is part of the Kansas statute that talks about abuse of the system. And so I just, not that I'm trying to say you have to, but we could decide, I would like to know what these things are costing. And we need to decide whether we're going to exempt trustees on their own accord from having to pay, or is it only when we direct that they're not being paid, or we're going to change the policy. We said shall, should, in the other policies, shall reimburse mileage. We're going to, so let's do the same thing with core.
I would agree. But what you gave us says the public has the right, and the public record shall be
But we are
protected
the
for
public.
any person. We're the public, but we're additionally elected trustees. So this is for the public policy for the public. I don't know You haven't shown me we have a board specific policy that would charge.
I think
Board
if you make
members
the
for that.
request via Cora, you bring this policy into play.
Right.
Right, but
It's not a trustee request, it's a Cora request.
right. I'm just saying.
But
That
that's,
would,
Well, maybe we need to change the policy on how long requests from the board can take to get from the college, reasonable requests for information. Maybe instead of trying to address the core, maybe we should just address, hey, if a board member asks for this and the board says, great, yeah, it's a thing we need to look at, then you only have 10 days to get it to us instead of
Well, I don't think you can put a time
1
frame
year.
on it because it did.
instead of 1 year or 6 months.
Well,
that's,
whatever.
okay, we're done.
I do agree, Linda, we do need
It's devolved.
to figure this out and make us more efficient. and professional.
So
Okay, I think that what. This was a discussion item, it wasn't an action item. If we feel like we need to modify the policy, then someone can propose that before our next meeting. I think what we need to commit to, hopefully through consensus, is that we're gonna do a better job of giving direction as a group to Dr. Kroll and her staff. So we don't have situations where they're expending energy and resources because they didn't know what our collective request was. That's on us.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a commitment when those questions come up during discussion during the board meetings or, request for information. I'm making a commitment. I've challenged my administrators to do the same thing, that we have that discussion right there in the meeting so that we clearly understand what's being requested. We understand what the scope of it is, and we can have some discussion about whether the information's at our fingertips or whether we're going to have to put it together. Rather than us walking away from the meeting and then wondering what we're supposed to be doing. So I would just make a commitment to you that we're going to have these discussions in the board meetings when information is requested so that we have it sorted out, so we know what we have to do.
That's a good idea. I just had one question just hit me. What if, like, as a board, we just change how the records are stored in the future and every vice president of their department would have, I assume they know at the end of the year, kind of how they're doing, have that readily available public record, so it could be looked into without wondering.
We have records retention policies for each of our departments that we have to comply with, and they're different from department to department depending upon what we're keeping.
Does that answer your question, Shannon?
Just throwing out an idea, just hit me, so.
We don't keep hard copies of everything.
Not
Some of it's
I'm just saying,
electronic.
Like for
but-
sports, for instance, this is how we're doing overall in my department. This is what I run. This is.
Well,
I assume if you're running a whole department as a vice president making.
that comes
good
through the
money
budget
with
reports,
benefits, I mean,
comes through the budget reports that we
I
have.
imagine you would have
Yeah.
access to that and it could be,
Should be readily available.
but I'm just throwing an idea out there that maybe we can discuss in the future.
Well, it's
just a statement.
no, it was a snarky remark.
Look,
That's
Forrest,
exactly
that's your
what it was.
interpretation. I just merely said.
Sometimes I gotta either do a point of order or something. I don't know how to say it in Robert's rules and knock off all the rude banter.
Can we table the?
Sure. It just, I mean,
information
it
on
literally hit
sports
me.
until we see the BKD report next month?
Table to what?
I mean, the sports information and see what BKD provides us next month. I mean, that may answer a lot of the questions of what it is you're looking for on the sports budget stuff. I don't know.
I didn't core request anything.
So
No, I
do
know.
you go to sports events?
Not
like-
required to go to a sports event.
I know, but do
This
you
is my
go?
third job.
Huh?
This is my third job.
And I have 3 jobs too, but I go to.
Let's move on,
sports
everybody.
events.
Do I go to a Japanese class? No, I would like to. Means, yeah.
Thanks, everybody, for the discussion. We'll move on to our action items. First one is the replacement of the iPads, which is page 10 of the board book.
Tom, you want to talk about those or you want me to? Or Bill's going to, I'm sorry. Okay.
So we have, couple of our classrooms actually teach off of iPads. We use Adobe Creative on it. We're moving into some Swift coding classes to be able to certify some of our students in Swift coding. iPads we have are 10 years old. And with Apple technology, iPads specifically are iOS devices. They reach an age and you can no longer upgrade the iOS. So we're just at that point. We need 42 new iPads for those classrooms, just similar to what we would do with PC replacement at that classroom. These are iPads. The bid from CDW is 45,927.42. They're 42 iPads. They're the 12.9-inch iPad Pros so that they can do development on them. That's what we're looking at.
So this isn't to hand out to students. This is for the class.
This is classroom.
Yeah, specific for the
The only
pedagogy.
question I had is how many, I know you're Adobe Creative Campus, how many students are using that?
I asked these guys this morning, the only way, I mean, of all of the licenses that we have, which is, they're all accepted.
7,390.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so
We have 7,394 licenses. All the licenses have been assigned and
they've
used.
been assigned.
Okay.
The only way we would know exactly, student wise are to look at the classes that actually are requiring the Adobe suite as part of that curriculum. We could give you that number, but it's getting
I'm
used
just
all,
asking, like hundreds of kids use it all the time.
well, they're using it outside of class. They're using it for all kinds of
That's
stuff.
why I'm
And
just
we don't,
asking for clarification because I don't know.
but we don't have any way to track that without doing some
is
sort
it-
of a college-wide survey, but
Several hundred kids use Creative Campus because like I know we did Amazon. The Amazon program and it was really great. And it was an Amazon partner and it's like, oh, well, we only have two. It's like,
well, but that's
So-
Amazon. That's
I know,
on
I'm just saying, I was
Amazon
just asking
side.
for clarification before I vote to approve because I didn't know.
So
Yeah, sorry.
Provide some clarity if you want it.
I'm just making sure we're using creative for the Adobe. thing.
These are courses that specifically teach Adobe Suite
Right.
products,
Okay.
and they're paid for with student fees.
Mhm.
So this is money that those students are giving so they can have the most up-to-date technology. So we replace it on a cyclical basis.
Right.
So they're all classes in ID, 3D, Photoshop, those different types of classes. That's what these iPads are for. So I don't know total enrollment. I could probably go look really quick, but I mean, those classes are full and we don't have any issues with enrollment declines there. So
I was just trying to ask that it's not
Could you
20
say-
kids and 40 iPads.
Oh,
Just-
sure. I'm Shannon Covert, interim dean for STEM.
thank you.
So what I can tell you is with our, just real quick overview, with our Adobe Creative license, all students, staff and faculty can log in and then download and they can install it. So there's no way we can track what someone's doing on their computer.
Right.
I can tell you that we have, for example, Photoshop, just on our computers on campus, 1,200 active instances on our computers the students use, that students are logging into and using on our computers. Photoshop's just one example, but there's a whole ton of in that suite. All of our licenses are assigned and all of our licenses are being.
I'm just trying to ask that as well. I guess.
Yeah, sure.
And if it is so, I would move to approve iPad replacement plan.
Well, I had it all written down.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that
Thank you.
passes 7-0. Thanks, everybody. Next up on the action items is the purchase of the Redler Institute of Culinary Arts building, which we talked about this at the work session. I think the request at that point was to bring back two options, and I guess I'll just step back and Tom, I'll let you.
The contract is for the contract is for, I believe, 695,000 and some change on the purchase of the culinary building with all the equipment by the college. The foundation would retain the pledges, and then the foundation plans to pay off the loan with Mr. Redler, and then is also requesting the cost of the interest on the loan to do that by the college. The other option, which was brought up, is to avoid the interest on the loan, is to pay the entire amount of the building, which it was approved in November, which is $1,250,000.
And I think Shelby had a question about if we under either purchase option, the college would be owning the building outright, unencumbered, no mortgages. Nothing.
Right. No restrictions of any kind tied to that was my understanding. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
And in the contract we were sent, it said it's subject to special assessments described on Exhibit B, which is blank. Are there no special assessments?
No, there's not. There is a kind of a fee that runs with the land, which is basically if you make improvement in the development, if they make improvement somewhere on the development, all of the people that are in that development share the costs whatever that thing is. I think they put in a fountain.
Right.
And I think the foundation assessed $300 to support that effort.
Okay, and then are we gonna date this, advertise it in the paper? And then close in 45 days? Cause I know you have that.
We have
clause
to do
there.
that.
Right.
The college has to do
And it
that.
says in April at the top, so that'll just be changed.
Yeah, we'll just, yeah.
And then I did talk to an accountant and he suggested if we do the option 2. And we hold on to that other 500,000 in some cash, we're gonna be paid back. In inflationary money in the future, money that's worth less. Instead of spending all our money now that's worth more. I mean, we could take that 500 grand, invest it with 5% interest and make 25 grand a year. Instead of just ending off now, waiting for the money to go back in. But you guys, I mean, that's just what I basically mentioned to me. Any other comment?
I would like to recommend that the Butler Community College agree to option 2 to purchase the Redler Institute of Culinary Arts for the Butler Community College Foundation. From the-
recommend, is that your motion?
Yes, that's my motion.
Do we have a
Second,
Okay, do we have any you have discussion?
Yes.
Did you have a-
Tom, on security cameras, planners for the herbs, doors installed between classrooms and benches, who's going to pay for all that?
Those are there. They've been paid.
They've already been paid for.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay.
When do you think we might get a sign available?
It's
Better signage.
supposed to be installed, Ireland said, on the 20th. They've worked, kind of gone round and round and round. I think they've had some trouble getting product in and getting it developed and stuff, but the email that I had from Ireland is the installation date is the 20th.
So what is it? What are we looking at?
The 20th.
No, what kind of sign? 3 by 5, 10 by 20?
No, it's a sign that's gonna go, I think this is well, Ireland's
Curb
not here.
sign?
This is the sign that's going on the north side of the building, I believe. Am
Blank
I
spot.
correct?
Right. It's,
Yes.
yeah, as you travel down.
Kellogg, you'll be able to
Floor,
see
you'll See it.
Oh, okay.
Butler
Safe
on the
spot.
north side of the building.
And those are usually have are subject to planning and zoning laws too.
It'll be right on
Yeah.
the building, I think.
Yeah.
The only other question was, we were told if we did pull the trigger. Scott Rather would donate the 200 grand, whatever it is, for the land to the foundation. The foundation will purchase it. Just to re-clarify, I watched the video again today, but it will be held. For the college's use in the future, for whatever the college desires to use it for, not necessarily hospitality and hotel. But the foundation will push it that direction, because that's what they prefer, but you said. The college will have discretion to use the land. If they wish.
So the discussion that was in November was your desire to kind of create a contingency on the purchase of the property. And Mr. Redler, who was trying to help the college try to get to that point, agreed to make a gift. He did make his gift. He made it in connection with the community tax credits that the college had, or the foundation had applied for back in April. Those 70-30 tax credits were limited to the culinary building. We couldn't use those tax credits for the purchase of property beyond the culinary building. So Mr. Redler made his gift, but we can't use that gift for that purpose because those tax credits are limited for that building. So in visiting with Mr. Redler, he feels like he's fulfilled his desire to make a gift, but we just can't use it in that fashion. So there will not be a purchase of that land by the foundation. Now, what the foundation has done, as the college begins to try to figure out what it wants to do, is we signed a letter of intent with the owner of the land that we would have a desire to buy that property, whether it's the college, well, for the benefit of the college. And then that is satisfying the landowner right now as to where the intent of the college or foundation will be. So that is in play right now.
So it's
That part is
secure.
not
It's,
clarified.
well,
I mean, I'm just saying it's not clarified for. If the college intends to use it for automotive or diesel tech or something besides.
That is
that can be a future discussion.
Yeah.
The foundation's letter
So
of
you guys
intent
won't
is gonna
hold
secure,
For
yes.
specific use.
No, we'll hold it for the
Right,
college.
but you're not gonna set up, like on the culinary arts, it was take it or leave it, culinary.
That
period.
was donor driven.
Right, I understand. I'm just
This-
clarifying that this is. well, we were told at that meeting that the land next door, because I'm happy if you guys didn't buy it, to have the college have that discussion to its prime location. That's just to make sure that the college is flexible to use it as needed in the future and not just be nailed down to one course of action. In case things change or we need to be.
The foundation doesn't have any interest in buying that land, but for the benefit of the college. We're not in the business of doing that. And the college hasn't articulated that it wants to do that yet either. And so there's not a donor out there that says, I want to buy this land for you guys, or and so there's none of that as we saw in Culinary. So it's really just the donor that gave the land for the Culinary building is wanting some assurances. And in the conversation that we've heard, there's a desire to have that property. And so this body has not decided on what it wants to do. The foundation said, we'll step up and we'll give you a letter of intent to at least give you some security there and allow the board, the board of trustees decide what it wants to do with that land.
Is the LOI for all 4 parcels that are there? Because there's, or just the 2 next to the
It's just the property adjacent to the Culinary.
There's actually 4 tracks between what the college owns and the next street, and
those are sold.
which
The one adjacent to us would be the letter of intent. The other tracts of land are
the
other.
other 3.
Yeah.
They're
They've-
still
they've-
showing that the LLC that owns the subdivision still owns it. There's no sale showing.
Well, it's in process.
That
That's what I've been
first
told.
tract is actually pretty small. I don't think it would be big enough to do much on, would it? I think you
Well,
would need
we're
2.
looking at the square footage of it. Again, this is very general, but we were looking at a classroom building, nothing too large. I've got square footage that was suggested, but it would fit on there. It'll be tight, but it would fit.
I know you wouldn't want to say it in a public meeting, but I'd be curious to know what the price per foot is that you guys are looking at. I've done some appraisals in that area recently and have
Yeah.
done deep dives into what's going on in that whole.
If the board wants to take a look at that property, I can bring what I have from Vantage Properties on the value that they assess on it. And
Yeah,
share
and
that.
I can pull the sales data that I've had in this other assignment to show you, because it's across the street or on Andover Road and a couple different ones that I've done. So I'd just be interested to see what that is. Because without being that small of a site, it's not going to be very desirable to many other buyers.
That's what he's.
So I don't think we should be paying a whole heck of a lot for it.
Yeah.
So.
I get it.
I'd just like to quickly ask why Linda and Mary prefer option 2 over option 1. I'm just curious as to what.
That actually was my question.
Why?
Yeah.
Just the thought that, at first I didn't like the thought, but I couldn't see the numbers and I didn't realize that there'd been action prior, in regard to the fact that we won't have rent. And that the interest would be similar to rent. So, just after thinking through it and thinking about being able to keep our own money in hand, invested accordingly. I just decided that I thought option 2 was better, but it's up to the majority.
And that's what your accountant recommended too. So makes sense to me.
Just to explain my vote, I'm gonna vote no either way, because I would have preferred to hold on to our principal. Lease the building for $3,000 a month for 10 years and made $500,000 in interest, but I think option 2 is the best option, personally. We don't have to worry about collection, we don't have to worry about the rest of it. If we so choose, we could set a $500,000 off to the side and it'll pay all that interest and we won't lose any of the money. And we'll hold on to our nest egg.
Any other discussion, comments?
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
No.
Okay, that passes 6-1. Tom, thank you for the information. Move on to renewal of the Rave mobile safety software, which is on page 15 of the board book.
I would move to approve the renewal of Rave Mobile Safety,
No.
Second.
For which option?
5-year option.
Any discussion or questions?
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, great. That passes 7-0. Next up is approval of the KBOR 3-year performance agreement, which is on page 19. Carrying into page 20 of the board book.
And I'll move that we accept the year 3, 2022 report of the performance agreement bridge period between the Kansas Board of Regents and Butler Community College and approve its transmission to the staff of the Kansas Board of Regents no later than June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Dave. Do we have a second?
Second
Any discussion or questions?
question.
Yes,
On
ma'am.
the indicator 6 on the directional improvement in college algebra pass rates. It stated that Butler has initiated a redesign of its math curriculum. Have we found out, I mean, is it transferable to all of the Kansas region schools?
Oh,
It
yes.
is.
Yeah, the redesign happened a number of years ago.
That's the 4 or 5.
The module,
My only hiccup I find with that for my kids talking about is when you switch teachers and you have one you really groove on and you go to one that's not your style, it's like
Mhm.
pull your hair out and then drop the class and try to take it again. And it's, so I don't know if there's any way of sticking, I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. That's probably.
college algebra is one of those classes.
It is what
on
it
the
is.
transfer.
It is.
I just tell the kids to work
List.
harder.
Yeah.
Process
And
system.
go to the tutors and, yeah. That's why I say, go to the tutors and. So I don't remember algebraic formulas.
Any other comments or questions?
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes,
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
that passes 7-0. Next up is the approval of several retirements. I think we will want to talk about each person individually, but I think we can do a collective motion that identifies everybody at the end, if that is what the board so desires. But Shelley, this is listed as a.
Okay. Do I need to say who I am again? Shannon Covert, interim dean for STEM. I get to talk about Kamal. Kamal was a math teacher for us, started as an adjunct, was an adjunct for a little over 5 years, became full-time teacher for 20 years. So he's taught mostly upper level math and statistics, which is often kind of hard because some people usually like statistics or they like math. I don't really feel like they're the same thing, but I'm a math teacher, but he is really looking forward to retirement and spending time with his grandkids, which apparently if you have grandkids is better than kids. So I don't know.
Well, good evening, everyone. Julio Guerrero, Dean of Health, Education and Public Services. I'm here to tell you guys that Teresa Thompson is retiring from Butler after 27 years. She was hired in 1996 as a full-time early childhood education instructor. And since 2020, she has served as the chair of the department. She spent most of her years at the Educare Center, that was Butler's former full-day child care and learning center and lab school, where she mentored her students and modeled exemplary strategies while teaching and working directly with children. She also remained connected with early childhood programs throughout Butler County and surrounding areas. Teresa's service extended beyond the classroom and the labs. She served on Butler's curriculum team, Butler's quality assurance team for online learning, several the career and technical education advisory committee at local high schools, and several early childhood industry board and advisory committees. The HEP division recognizes Teresa for her contributions to her students, the campus community, and the early childhood industry, and congratulates her on her retirement.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'll get the last two here. So the English department at Butler Community College would like to recognize two of its veteran faculty members, Professor Brad Beachy and Professor Dr. John Jenkinson, who are both retiring at the end of this academic year. Professor Beachy has been at Butler for 29 years During his tenure, he taught all levels of composition, including ESL English and Shakespeare courses. He is a longtime member of Butler's NEA, during which he held several positions as an officer. And Dr. John Jenkinson will end his 23-year career at Butler, where he taught composition courses, was part of the first group of instructors to teach Butler's Accelerated Learning Program, or ALP, for developmental students, and taught both intro to poetry and creative writing. He was a longtime advisor of the Quill and Scan, which is a student publication of both creative and prose works. Jenkinson, too, is a longtime member of Butler's NEA and also held several positions as an officer. So we wish them both well in their retirement.
Thank you, everybody, for those comments. Would entertain a motion to approve.
I'll try it. How about that? I move that the board accept the resignations for Mohammed Kamal Hussein, for Teresa Thompson, for John Jenkinson, and for Brad Beachy, and thank them for their 103 years of service.
Oh, man. I'll second.
Trustee Good.
I had a question.
Yes.
Dr. Kroll, I'm just wanting to know, how come, like all the letters, well, most of the letters are written like in April and December. How come do we not find out about it until?
There's contracts going actually.
I see. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Trustee Brumgart.
Yes.
Trustee Jolly.
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow.
Yes.
Trustee Shearer.
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Moving on, we have the additional action item that was added regarding the softball locker room, and I think Dr. Pearl was passing around.
Yeah, and this is the same info that I emailed to you. But I didn't know if you would, end up having your copies at hand with you. So Julie, if you'll pass those around to folks. Last fall, when we talked about this I think it was a meeting in October, you folks approved the improvements to East Park and McDonald's Stadium for baseball and softball that they knew at that time. They were going to do some turf replacement at McDonald's Stadium, and East Park, had some improvements and stuff, and approved that up to $264,000. That's what we knew at the time. At that time, you decided that you didn't want to move forward with approval of the women's softball locker room because we weren't certain of costs at that point in time. City went out, when they went out for their RFP for the information, they added the Butler softball locker room as an addition to that RFP for the other improvements that were being made to the ball field or to the stadiums and stuff and the ball fields. And so the information that's back now, excuse me. Originally, we thought the cost would be around $200,000, but with increased costs of materials and labor and those kinds of things, the cost now has come back at $265,000. You can see what I submitted to you were the general conditions and then some of the detail about the locker room. They would place the locker room just to the north of the concession stand and restroom facilities that they're going to put in there at East Park. They're using storage containers, metal storage containers, because they can secure them. They're heavier. They can do some of the renovation to those offsite and then come in and set them down. The women's softball locker room would be storage containers as well, and would include and at that location, they'd be able to tie in all of the utilities, electricity and water and everything into the women's locker room at the same time that they're working on the concession stand and restroom facilities for the park. The women's locker room only includes bathroom facilities. It doesn't have showers. It's got some storage area and then some locker room space, but the cost that's come back, the estimated cost is $265,000. Conco is the construction company that's doing this work for the city. It's gone through the city's bid process.
We did have in our capital projects designated fund, we kind of earmarked last fall when we were thinking about it, $464,000, the $264,000 for the improvements to the ball fields, and then thinking that the locker room would be about $200,000. So we kind of earmarked that amount of money in the capital projects designated fund. But that fund has, even without, I mean, even after we take this amount of money out, it still has more than $600,000 in it. So there's money in that designated fund to cover the increased estimated cost of the additional $65,000. And so the city would like to, the city plans to start this work soon this summer. And it certainly makes sense if we want to approve the locker room to do that so they can pour the cement slab and do the work that they need to with that locker room facility at the same time. So
Question, do the men's locker room have showers?
there isn't a men's locker room out there. It's just, oh,
No.
at the baseball field?
Uh-huh.
I don't think so. I think it's just restroom.
I mean, I
facilities
just
and
want to make sure it's fair. Women and men have the same
that
facility.
locker room that McDonald was built it's probably about 8 or 9 years old. I think it was
At
built that
least,
first year I was
yeah.
here, but
So
I
you
don't
guys
think
don't-
it has shower facilities.
You
in
don't?
it.
I don't think it does.
So he's already done the fencing. Did this project require quite a bit of fencing?
No, they, because of the change in location, we're not doing any fencing and not doing security fencing and not doing any additional sidewalk work or anything. So there was some original thought that we wanted to put some additional fencing around the ball field, but it's city-owned property and we've walked away from that. So there isn't any fencing cost involved in this, or I don't think any new sidewalk work really. I guess there's some concrete footings and sidewalks, but not as much as was originally planned.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we spend $265,000 on the estimated cost for the women's locker room.
And I'll second.
Got a motion and second. Do we have any other discussion or questions?
Yeah, what kind of damage you think possibly, just a ballpark damage that might be done with connection fees for utilities? The exclusions of this estimate. Anybody have any idea, Mr. Ireland? Because you know that sometimes when you develop a new building or you add to something, boy, there's some significant hidden costs.
I don't think there would be.
And I understand that it's gonna be right next door to existing service, but I'm also wondering, do we have adequate lights out there now?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Lights
Be an
out there.
issue, and
All the lighting's out there and everything.
so you don't think there's. I can't ask you because I'm not here.
Well, Ireland's not directly involved in this project necessarily. This is a city project. So if you want me to ask some specific questions, I'm able to do that if you'll tell me for sure what you want.
I just wondered if anybody had any idea what the worst damage scenario might be. For these
Vandalism.
exclusions of the meter impact fees, utility tap connection fees, and items that were not specifically listed. If anybody had any idea,
I don't have that idea.
I can only think of vandalism being the major thing. It's not well populated out there after games are over with.
how
Police
will we
patrol.
split that insurance? you
That's
know?
not, yeah, but you can tell when the police drive up, you can run.
Cause I saw Mary
Practical
Martha run.
experience. Um,
Is this gonna impact our insurance? You know, because we're gonna add another facility, I guess.
well, it's city-owned property.
Are they gonna cover it then? Or we
Well,
share it?
how do we do any insurance on these parks at this point in time? I think it's just, I mean, use that field, and I don't know,
And that's the benefit of using the steel building is that
I can find
They're-
out if I guess David and I
they're
haven't
more
talked
secure.
about whether we end up insuring it or the city insures it. City would insure. Okay, Bill says there are showers at the baseball locker room, but they don't get used.
Well, I
They're
tell
used
you
for
what,
storage.
then I want to know why, and if not, I mean, if they are getting,
The-
They don't get used. They're being used for storage.
honestly.
Mary wants the Title IX as real.
Absolutely.
Good, fair for
Let's
men,
just tear
fair
down
for
the
women.
boys and then we save the.
It's the girls.
Yeah.
The men's
Yeah.
across are on the other
I
side.
think the discussion previously last fall was that the likelihood that the ladies are gonna shower out there is pretty remote. They're not gonna shower at the ballpark in the locker room. They're gonna change their clothes and go back to their apartments or come back to the residence halls and shower there.
Well, sometimes they change their clothes in the car because
Well,
I walked by.
So-
Because I've walked by, so I'd like to see them have a locker room.
Any other questions or comments? We've got a motion.
Does anybody?
And a second.
Yes, we've got a fully right motion.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Nope. I would move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second it.
How many times do I have to say it? I have no softball data, Mary.
Oh,
You asked
that's
me to
right.
spend $265,000.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Tear the boys down, call it a day. I got
No.
Bobcat,
No,
get some dump trailers.
what's fair for boys?
They're
is
real
fair for
close to
girls.
their
Yes.
dorms.
We have a motion.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes. Made me think, Mary. like,
So it was 6-1 on the softball locker room. It is 7-0 on the consent agenda. And that brings us to supplemental information. KPIs are on page 75.
And sorry, these are out of order.
I gotta say,
It
it's
happened-
just me, it's like
No,
crazy in the back.
See, when we send this to the
That's all right.
secretarial center, they
Yeah.
print the insert pages and they just got them out of order.
Yeah,
for some
no,
reason. I didn't realize it till I was looking at.
So you already sent it?
Nothing to call to our
The PDF
attention.
PDF is
It is
accurate,
Yeah.
but it's just the hard copies.
Okay. Revenue statement and expenditures here. Thank you notes, Dr. Pearl. Anything of note on the calendar?
Nope, just all of the exciting
Congratulations.
stuff that's happening this week. Don't forget all of those events. And
Real page is the calendar on.
79, it's just.
79.
or
Yeah, I'm
another-
trying.
Before 55. Or 51.
yeah, it's unique, creative numbering.
Just gotta look.
Okay,
There
I
we go.
would entertain a motion to go into executive session. The language for that is
On page 81.
81.
which is.
And I'm there, so how about if I make it?
There you go.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board recess into executive session to discuss negotiations pursuant to the open meetings exceptions for matters related to employer-employee negotiations, and that members of the board, President Kim Kroll, Bill Rickenbaugh, Dr. Phil Sperry, Shelley Stoltz, Dr. Tom Neville, and Kent Williams be included. The open meeting will resume here in the Dankert boardroom within 60 minutes. Appropriate actions may follow the executive session prior to adjournment of the regular board meeting.
I'll second and request a short break or.
I third
Yes.
that.
I think we can
Okay. Trustee,
accommodate that.
trustee Good.
Yes.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
They haven't vetted because they vote and then they leave.
As we've done in the past, I'll note for the record when we come back
Yeah.
what time we officially So right about our 60 minutes, would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Oh, show.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Almost said no just to see what you.